All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, mommies and daddies, brothers and sisters, friends and foes alike. You're welcome to the Violence Space. It's a beautiful Tuesday evening from my side of the world. I don't know what it's saying wherever you are, but I believe it is a great Tuesday evening wherever you are. Good evening and welcome to the Violence Space. If it's your first time of joining us, I say you are extremely welcome. Probably you've seen the flyers or you've heard about the Violence Space because we are known for so many things. Depending on where you're looking at us from, depending on the prism you're watching us from, we are known for many things. And if it's your first time of joining us, I say you are extremely welcome. If it's your second time, you know what you got the last time. And if it's your third time, you're now a regular. And to all our amazing violencers, I see you guys, every single one of you requesting for the mic right about now. Thank you for joining us. All our big handles, small handles, all of you listening to us anonymously, all of you listening to us from our Facebook channel, our YouTube channel, our Violence Space radio stations, from multiple streaming platforms right about now. You're welcome to the Violence Space. Today promises to be a very, very interesting space, a space that I've looked up to for a very long period of time. Personally, I know what has gone behind the scene to make this happen today. Someone I respect so much, someone that a figure that you if you have known her, you will know her for different reasons. You might love to like her, you might love to hate her, you might have different reasons, but one thing you can't take away from the woman is her patriotism towards this country. And with that, we will be having a wonderful woman today with us on the platform. I say thank you, my brothers. Jimmy, always on time, always on time. Thank you, Welmy Nigeria. Every single of you joining us today. Thank you, our amazing violencers. Wonderful community we have built here over the time. We have been doing amazing things, and it is always, always a pleasure for me sharing this platform with you guys, sharing this moment with you guys. Coming out here just to speak on issues, to talk about the country, to talk about how we can help fix our country. And it is just a pleasure for me seeing that our voices and the work we have been doing on this platform for the past 2 years resonates way, way, way beyond we can even think. And I say thank you to every one of you because without you guys, there will be no Violence Space. Thank you guys to all our extreme violencers on the platform. I call you guys my first responders because you guys are always the ones that always come out here when we start up these spaces. You're always the early birds, free tick. I think you guys we have to cut people's tax. We have to reduce the inflation for you first early birds because you guys are the reason why this place gets heated up. And without you guys, honestly speaking, this mid bed people, bed and comers and the late bed comers, those ones that come like 11 o'clock, they won't understand what has happened on the space. But you guys are always here from the very get-go and you stay with us, you rock this space with us to the very end. It is always a pleasure having you guys on the platform. Thank you guys. Let's have a wonderful space today. I can't even say how ecstatic I am right now. How I was reading through this woman's profile. I'm like, oh my goodness, the amount of intelligent people we have in this country is mind-boggling, honestly speaking. I cannot wait, as always on this platform, to pick her brains in the violence way. And if it's your first time, this is the home of facts and figures. I tell you everything you hear on this platform, you can take it to the bank and you can cash it out. And you tell them you were sent by the violence committee and they will pay you cash, cash, cash. Yes, I say welcome to the Violence Space. And if you're just joining us for the first time, there is this ritual we perform on this platform because this is a church, this is a mosque, this is a shrine, this is the auditorium, this is an atmosphere of violence. And if it's your first time of joining us, and to all our returning viewers, all our oh my, I don't tire for Nigeria matter. Make we go come back. I see many of you guys. We cannot give up on this country. We cannot give up on this country. We have to fix this country right now. I'm telling you guys because I keep thinking of, wait, let me first, I jump on my thoughts because my thoughts are everywhere. Let me go to our rituals. Our rituals on this platform, my people, is when you join this space, as long as you're listening to the sound of my voice, as long as you're listening to the sound of my voice, please retweet the space, share the space, like the space, but do something to let the world know that the number one space on X is back and we are up and running. And as usual, we are taking no prisoners. Today will be bing, bing, bing. I am telling you that Asorok is tuned into this space because the woman that is coming on this platform is a voice that whatever she says here today, I tell you, will resonate as far and as wide as possible. So please, guys, jump on this platform right now. Let's get our people into the conversation. If you are, if you know you have people that are not on, I'm going to post up the links right now. If you have people that are not on Twitter and you wanted to join this conversation, I'm going to post all the links up right now. Please go on the Jumbotron. You can share them right now. I just posted the YouTube chat, the YouTube link. I've posted the Facebook link, and I'm posting also the Vawulence Space radio station link where you can join this conversation on the lowest data possible. We have done everything possible. I say it on this platform all the time that for us, we always think of how can we get this conversation as wide and as far as possible. You see the work so many Nigerians are doing on the ground, on the ground. God bless you, my brothers are in control of the boots on ground. See what my star is doing with Operation Rescue Nigeria. These are what we should be doing right about now. How can we take this conversation offline to the people, from online to the people offline? And that's why we're on the platform. We've done our own bit, trying to make sure we have various streaming platforms, and this conversation not just on Facebook, not just on Twitter for us here with the elites, because I call us the Twitter are the elites. You know, the people that are ready for the buzzwords, the people that have done the extra work, if not just that it has been infiltrated by these children of the roasted corn that they don't even understand what is and are, you know. But we now understand where we are. So please, guys, go up on the Jumbotron. If you have family, friends, you have relatives that you understand how important this conversation is, and they're not on Twitter, you can copy the Facebook link for them and send it to them. You can copy our radio station link. They can join that radio station with the lowest data. In fact, we have to call it Tinibu Radio. Tinibu Radio. If the lowest data, you can join the radio and you will stream this space live. Or they can also join on YouTube. We have done our own bits, guys, to make sure this space goes as wide as possible. What are you doing? Please jump on the space, retweet, like, do everything possible. Let's have this conversation flowing. All right. As I was sharing my thoughts earlier on, I was like, I was thinking about what happened because tomorrow is another very important day in the life of this country. I don't know whether it's a coincidence, but I think from tonight things are going to begin to take shape in this country. Tomorrow is June 12th, that coincides with the Democracy Day, the great works that the foundation that was laid for this republic. I think with Abiola, annulment of Abiola's elections. I was like, many people that participated in that process, many of them, that's like 30 years ago, those that were in their 20s are now in their 50s. Those that were in their 30s are now in their 60s. Those that were in their 40s are now in their 70s. And those that were in their prime 50s are now in their 80s, knocking on heaven's gate. And those that were 10 years are now 40. Those that were just born are now 30. How time flies. And those that participated in that process are sitting at the corridor of power today saying, no, the future will never be open for us. They were consistent in holding and fighting to grab power. They labeled themselves the Nadeko. They called themselves a name, coined their name and said they are the ones fighting for democracy. No, they were fighting for their own selfish interest. And how hard they fought, how consistent they were in their battles, how persistent they were in their struggle, while the Nigerian people looked the other way. Many that fought in their 20s, Japad, they are now residents and have born children across the world. Many that are in their 30s, Japan, 40s, Japan, 50s, Japan. And 30 years after, Nigeria is worse than it is today than it was then. I'm trying to lay a preamble for many of us to understand that whatever is happening right now in Nigeria is not the worst. We said so many things last year, and they have come to pass today on this platform. And I just look and I said, if you ever think it can get worse, it can truly get worse. the citizens actively failed in their duty of saying, if Nigerian citizens stayed in 1993 and said, no and never, we don't go agree, and they fought for their rights, or even if they did not win that battle, they consistently participated in their duties as active citizens. Honestly speaking, I believe that by now would have been in a better place. But many of our people said, no, we can't fight the military. Or more, we now grew that self-government spirit that everybody now became a personal government for themselves, trying to feed for themselves, fend for themselves and their families. And we allowed criminals remain in power, and when criminals are in power, they do not know how to leave it. They have stayed there and they are stuck there with their children coming after them. They will not leave it. Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been active in this thing since 1991. And he said no till I died here. And he's up there ready to die for this power. And he has gotten it. So I'm putting this as a challenge for Nigerians to understand that if we do not do this, we will come back here 30 years from now. Probably there will be no Twitter spaces. Probably there will be a metaverse or something verse, an AI verse or something. And our children will be wailing at how bad Nigeria will be. Because some people, a generation refuse to stand up and say enough is enough to bad governance. I think our generation can be we can make that change. We have the information our parents did not have in 1993. We have the skill that our parents did not have in 1993. We have the intellectual properties. We have the knowledge. We have the finance. We have everything to say enough is enough. All I think we are lacking right now is the willpower. Can we all come together and say, Nigerians, let us take back our country, and mean taking back our country? I hope we can. Well, guys, today's space is not about us. It's not about us having long monologues. Just me trying to draw a preamble of how I've been feeling all through this period and saying, how can we take back our country? And I really want to have this conversation with Madam Oby. She come when she jumps on the platform, and also with every one of you. It's going to be an open floor for us. As you always know, this is the Vawulence space. It's uncensored. It's the home of facts and figures, raw, unfiltered. Anybody come to this platform, understand what they're bringing. We tell them before coming that, man, you're coming to the house of well-meaning Nigerians that are not. We do not filter. We do not censor. We do not hide. We do not shy from conversations. That conversation other people will not have, we will have it on this platform. Because to change Nigeria and bring the Nigeria of our dreams, we have to do what others cannot do. And hopefully, we have a wonderful conversation today. Guys, welcome to the Vawulence space. I'm just going to bring in my brothers right now, Well Me Nigeria and Jimmy. Let's jump into this conversation. I want to know I want to know how you guys are prepared for the space today. Coupled with what is happening across the country right about now, because what we're discussing actually is the State of the Union. We are currently here in Nigeria, and today another company has exited. Just yesterday, Microsoft officially said we are gone. Today, Diageo said, and I forgot to inform you guys, because Nigerians, we are the best at improvising. I now see that we are now making stew with cucumber and carrots. It's very hygienic, oh, please don't take it. It is very hygienic. But Nigerians, we always find a way out. Well, Guinness have gone. Guinness have gone with their whole plethora of their drinks. I think they have sold off. Definitely, when a company like that divests their investment, the next company that is coming up, and I'm hearing that it's an Abado man that took over, that's taking over the company. You know that very soon, that one is gone. But I have a formula for you guys. I put in the tweet. I say, if you want to drink stout and you can't afford it, you just mix palm wine with ogogoro and bitter leaf. Somebody say you can add, if you want extra smooth, you add ginger and clove. It will make it extra smooth, because we know how to improvise. We always let us dodge. So if you want stout, if you want malt, you don't use palm wine. You can use Coke with bitter leaf, and just find your mixture. Let us keep going that way. Or probably we can stand up and say enough is enough, and rise up as active citizens and say, Tinubu, has to go. 1 minute Nigeria, Jimmy, I think you guys can jump in right now. I think let's try to make this as short as possible. We got at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. Madam Oby with us at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. I had to make sure that we set the room on we get the room up before she comes in as usual. So, guys, I see every one of you. Please share the space. Between the space, let's get more people into the conversation. I promise you, today's space is going to be one of those spaces we will not forget. 1 minute, please come to the conversation right now. Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, yeah. Good evening, Emin Asadam. Good evening to everybody on the space. Uh, Welcome to Vawulence Space, and I mean, just to emphasize and remind you guys that go ahead and if in case if you just joined, I probably forgot. Just go ahead and repost the space. I can see that we're like close to 700 plus, but repost or retweet or whatever you call it is somewhere about 103. I think I know some people quoted repost the space. So please do well to uh, repost the space. So good evening to everybody on the space. I can see a couple of persons. Big Jimmy, see you, Mommy B, uh, Dr. Olu. I can see a lot of people on the space. I mean, I'm not actually going to make a long submission. I'm actually in the middle of something. Like Saddam said, this is more like introductory. I personally am looking forward to this conversation. I've listened to, like, I think Saddam also shared something I had in mind earlier. Like, I know hate or love it. I mean, some like people have different point of view about someone like Madam Oby Ezekwesili, because you know she's stern on her tough. You know, even when you don't agree. You know, and like Saddam said, if there's one thing we can't take away from, her is our commitment to a better country, and knowing where she has come from, or where she's coming from. It's quite encouraging to see such a person still very committed to a better Nigeria. So I'm actually, I like this kind of spaces because it gives me the opportunity to see a lot that is happening from the eyes of some like different people, and especially people that have been exposed at different level. So it gives an opportunity for me to understand how they see a lot of things that is happening, in Nigeria. Like a lot is happening, and it's just unfortunate that, like I always say, to a very large extent, Nigerians like soft target. That's just the fact. Nigerians like, and I think it's pretty much all of us, or most of us. Let me put it like that. Uh, we like soft target. We like the reaction I see that people use to greet some things, like even for example yesterday or some two days back, when some YouTube guy posted some things on X, and people went after that. I'm like, I mean, this energy, this I really don't. It's kind of funny because I feel like people tend to tune up when they see it's a soft target, right? I mean, we have someone that is a career criminal, like someone that there's a court document. I was just thinking earlier, I was like, in some sane places, right? Even knowing that someone's name was mentioned in a, even knowing that someone's name was mentioned in a drug case, like he was not involved, like his name was just mentioned, that, oh, okay, while I was, like, let's imagine that whole Chicago drug case situation was, some people were just saying, oh, while we were living in so place, we were living with one Mr. Tinubu, he was the owner of the apartment, he wasn't involved, but say his name was mentioned at all is enough for you not to near any counselorship anywhere. Not to talk about, you know, mentioned actively, participated. Probably the boss, because I feel like the boss is always handle the money. You can't, probably the boss of it all. And you just see some people try to think it's normal. Somebody's trying to also compare it on the TL. So for me, I think it's quite sick. So I'm looking forward to hearing from Madam Oby today and just get a perspective on the state of nation. So when I saw the topic, I was like, it's great, because I didn't want us to limit the conversation to one thing. It's someone that I'm just hoping will be able to pour out. I've been, in seminars or conference where she has taught before, like physically, right? So I know she's someone that's very intelligent, and that's why I pretty much looked forward to today's space. So if you've not invited your friends, if they are not on X, send them the YouTube channel link, or send them, the Facebook link. But these are the kind of conversation that Nigerians or people need to hear to understand what is really going on and how deep it is. On that note, I'll just, like Saddam said, top of the hour by 9 p.m. Nigerian time, we'll have us. So this will just be my brief introduction. Again, let me remind you, repost the space. So Saddam, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Let me bring you in right now, Jimmy. Guys, sorry, let me clear my voice because El Jimo, how are you doing, my brother, today? Good evening, my bro. How are you doing today? How are you? What's the plan for today's space, bro? Come in, please.
Jira. Don't call me Jimmy. I don't talk am. That's my new name. Don't call me Jimmy. You call me Jimmy, I'll block you. That's the new name, baby. Straight up. If you don't want problem, don't call me Jimmy. When meaning? But I say you never see the memo. So consider this a verbal warning. Welcome, my lovely people. Welcome to Vawulence Space. I don't have any submission for today, actually. I'm looking forward to engaging the formal Minister of Education in Nigeria and solid minerals. Okay, so it's going to be a splendid space today. We're going to enjoy it. It's going to be a privilege. See why they laugh. It's going to be a privilege engaging her, questioning her, and having a one-on-one conversation. I don't think she has actually been on any spaces that I can remember, so far. But yeah, it's a privilege. We bringing her up here on Vawulence Space to have a dialogue with us. That's very beautiful. Thank you, guys. As I said, I don't really have much to say. But I mean, Saddam mentioned, was it Saddam or well-meaning that mentioned Guinness leaving Nigeria? Microsoft left yesterday, and Guinness, well, left today. So it is what it is. I'm not surprised, and people are actually beginning to realize the kind of problem we're in, because we shouted, we screamed, we were making noise last year, 2 years ago. People thought we were mad. We foresaw all these things and we knew this was what's going to happen. But we were called names, and now everyone is seeing what is going on. It is sad, but guess what? This is just the beginning. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm just being realistic. This is just the beginning, and things are going to get worse than this. I made an interesting submission late last year. People thought it was a joke. I told people how you'd be using Iru to eat bread, eat efo and all that. People thought it was a joke. You see people feasting on leaf to survive, potato leaf to survive. It's mad, but Saddam always says something, and it's beginning to hit hard. He always says 2024 will be the best year on that, And honestly speaking, yeah, I think that's overrated. Sorry, underrated rather. Um, if you don't understand what you're enjoying right now, let's just wait till December. Let us wait till December. And I know Salah is around the corner, and I was cracking up over the phone. I was on the phone with a friend who wanted to buy RAM, and someone was telling him the price of the RAM, and he was like, "Wait, which RAM do you think I want to buy? I'm not talking about 8 gig RAM. Oh. I'm talking about correct RAM. I say, yeah, it's not be 8 gig RAM. Oh. He wanted to buy a proper RAM, and the prices they were giving him were so outrageous, and he had to, be specific. No, I know they buy RAM for computer. Oh. I mean, correct RAM. So I won't buy RAM, and the prices, bro. If you buy RAM this Salah, you need to be careful because they will rob you. They if you put on your generator overnight, it's a problem. If they know you have the balls to put on generators overnight, it is a problem. You're a Mac in that neighborhood. And if you're buying RAM, a whole RAM, you are a Mac. In this Tinubu economy, they buy RAM. Who are you to buy RAM? Are you a senator? Are you a governor? Are you into politics? How dare you buy RAM? When people, what are you going to use to cook the RAM? Tomato, no day. A basket of freaking tomato is now 200,000 naira. So what if you buy RAM? How you want to cook them? That is how bad the country is right now. But anyway, I'm not here to debate or have a monologue over that. I purposely decided I want to have a full concentration on Dr. Oby today, and hopefully she's going to join us anytime soon. And I think we're on top of the hour. We still have 8 more minutes. Let me yield to Sizu so he too can catch up with the remaining 8 minutes, and we can all settle in and wait for her to join the conversation. Thank you so much, guys. Welcome to Vawulence, please. Back to you, Sadam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Wonderful but brief submission as usual. Actually, I don't know if you want to come in right now. You're welcome, my brother. Thank you for joining us. Please, guys, as I said earlier on, just a minute, Ensis, please. Please, guys, share the space. Let's get more people into the conversation. And in the next few minutes, Madam Obi will rush on the platform. If you have questions, I think we should be trending the state of the nation hashtag. Probably let's use that to track the conversation and keep it where she's out of the space. We can keep the conversation going because honestly speaking, I've always said for a very long time that there is one thing Bola Tinubu have in his locker in droves is that there's enough agenda to distract us. And he will keep them coming. He will keep them coming. Right now, people are in hunger, dying of poverty, but we're talking about new state and new that and new this. He will give us talking points. We go talk tire. So it's important that conversations like this, we learn to make sure that it stays in the front burner for Nigerians to really dialogue about what truly, truly matters. Ernst, please come in right now. Good evening, my brother.
Hello, Nigerians. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Obedience. I just want to say, I really look forward to Oby Ezekwesili on this platform. She's a very intelligent and cerebral woman. And, I'm very sure it will be a stimulating conversation. But please, Nigerians, never relent, never settle. I appreciate every single one of you and every single thing you are doing for this country, especially Nigerians in the diaspora, because you guys are actually in working, sane societies, and you're lending your voice to what is happening in Nigeria. I have reduced my speaking of late, not be say anything, but because we spoke for 2 years and all the indices came out. Yesterday, Tayo I know was talking about what he's going through with the Nigerian passport, and you see these devil worshippers, these children of the corn. They go out there, they start gaslight. Everything is a problem. I said it before, one man can terraform an entire tribe, an entire country, an entire set of people. Bola Ahmed Tinubu are the type of men that should never be allowed near governance. And we are where we are. They have no plans. All of a sudden, their coastal highway of destruction in Lagos State has stopped because of submarine cables. But when we were asking about ecological impact assessment, nobody would give these things. I saw a post on financial planner Carlos page where with about 5 trillion naira, China built an entire city of almost 30 something thousand apartments in Angola or somewhere. And he was trying to propose this idea to Ogun State. And you will see these devil worshippers in his comment section asking him, just I don't know what twilight zone we are in right now in this country.
They have a
But please,
covenant with poverty, my brother.
they are devil worshippers. Look, there's a level of poverty. At least you look and tell yourself that this is not normal. They are devil worshippers. So I've reached a point where we must keep these conversations going. We must keep talking, keep talking. Bola Tinubu has no plan of fixing. Buhari was at least nepotistic. This one told you people our local, but has no plan of fixing one road in the southwest. Bola Tinubu, that during election was caught with Guinean passports, diplomatic passports. His supporters are getting up to date to tell you that the Nigerian passport is the best passport in the world. A man that we caught plain with Guinea Conakry passports. That is the level of madness we have. So please, become more militant. Become more militant. The fate of Nigeria, this is a battle of light and darkness. It is a battle of devil and God. It is no more Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. It is no more about Nigerian. Look at now, it's restructuring. Is this system? Please, I beg you guys, don't lose focus of Nigeria. I'm saying this because Oby Ezekwesili will be here. We're going to have a very robust conversation. But I really do want you guys to keep Nigeria at the forefront of all your discussions, at the front burner of all your discussions. Speak to people about Nigeria. Tell the world about what is going on in Nigeria. Please, I beg you guys. Companies are leaving this country that in any other society, if you hear Guinness is leaving, Microsoft is leaving, the president of Nigeria should have called these people to ask them what is the problem. But these people are leaving, and you will not hear that Ajuri or Bayo Nanuga or Alake or anybody call them to ask what is the matter. I am a Nigerian in Nigeria, and we are going through hell. Please, I beg of you. I just wanted to remind us of what we are going through in Nigeria, because I know Obi will be here. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have great discussions. But let's not forget what is really happening. Also, General Oluchi's WhatsApp group initiative is a fantastic idea. Please also follow up with her and follow up with that initiative. If she's closed it, open your own group and still follow up with whatever they're doing there. All of these things, I beg of you, Nigeria must be great in our lifetime. Please, please. I appreciate you all. God bless you all. Are you?
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. That was as always sizzling. Thank you so much. Well, guys, while we're waiting for the woman of the moment is right here with us on the platform. Madame herself. I call her Madame Due Process. They call her Madame Due Process. We all call her Madame Due Process. It is always been a pleasure to have her amongst a whole lot of great Nigerians that have shared this platform with us. We have had great people come out here just to continue the conversation of a new Nigeria, to share that wealth of experience, knowledge with us on the platform. And today, guys, on the platform, we have another great Nigerian. You might hate to like her, you might love to hate her, you might love to love her. Wherever you stand, we are out here today with a very patriotic someone that I really want to bring into the conversation right now. But before I jump into that, guys, I have to please indulge every one of you on the platform. In case you just joined us before I made my opening remarks, this space is being streamed across multiple platforms. We have this space being streamed on Facebook, on YouTube, and on the Vawulence Space Radio online station. So please, all these links are up on the Jumbotron. If you're asking what is the Jumbotron, you can just look at the space column above with the speakers. You're going to see some links up there. Please click them. If you have family, friends, relatives, relations, enemies, if you have your group chats, your WhatsApp stories, wherever you can find yourself, your Instagram, please copy those links and go post out there, because the conversation we're going to have here today is one of those conversations that, as I tell you, Astro Rock is tuned in right about now. The people that do not want to hear this kind of voices are all tuned in right about now, because someone very great to this country is about to jump this platform right now. She's already up here with us on the speaker section already. So please, guys, take the next few seconds. And if you're on Twitter also, please retweet the space, share the space. Let's get our people in their numbers into this conversation. This is one of those conversations that's going to spark the next phase of this country. And I'm saying this because it is no coincidence. We never planned for this day, but she became available this day, and today is the eve of June 12th. Eve of June 12th. I don't understand why, but there's a reason why we're having this conversation. So please, guys, jump, 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 get the retweet buttons out there, get the likes, get everybody into the conversation. Nigerians, ladies and gentlemen, I have with me on the platform today Dr. Oby Ezekwesili. She is the president of the Human Capital African and senior economic advisor at African Economic Development Policy Initiative, AEDPI. She is also the founder and chairperson of SPPG, the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, established by the Fixed Politics Initiative, which she also co-chairs. Ezekwesili is a former vice president of the World Bank African region. She was a minister of education, where she got out her very powerful name, Madam Due Process, and also an ex-minister of the Mineral Resources of Nigeria. Madam Ezekwesili is also a co-founder or co-convener, of the Bring Back Our Girls campaign. We all know that. She was also a presidential candidate in 2019 presidential elections. If you can recall the red card movement, these are the people that championed a third force. A third force is possible in this country. Yes, she was one of those candidates. And Dr. Ezekwesili is also a senior fellow at Hill Jackson Institute of Global Affairs, USA, and also a Richard von Weizsäcker fellow at the Robert Bosch Academy in Berlin, Germany. Dr. Ezekwesili is currently the board chair of Women Political Leaders in Brussels, Belgium. Madam Oby Ezekwesili, your profile is very, very intimidating for our mothers. It is good to have you on the platform. Good evening, ma. How are you doing today?
Good evening. How are you doing?
I am fine, ma. And you?
I am
Welcome to
doing
the
great.
Vawulence Space.
Thank you so very much for welcoming me. You are the the Emir El Saddam.
I I am whatever you call me, ma. But it's good to have you on the platform, ma. I've looked forward to this moment. It's been long coming. It's been a whole lot of a whole lot of pushback I've been getting from different channels. But it's good to have you tonight. And Nigerians and their thousands listening to you right about now. I think I'm just going to give you the next few minutes for you to introduce yourself better than I have done, and probably just share with us the state of the nation from your prism and what you really want to talk to Nigerians about right now. Thank you, my welcome to the Vawulence Space.
Thank you very much. So I will assume that you have well introduced me. I don't have that much to add to what you already said. But I think that the critical thing to say is that it is a delight to have this conversation, especially as you stated on the eve of the 12th June, which now is statutorily recognized as a Democracy Day. I am delighted that citizens are taking the initiative to own the Nigerian democracy, and that it is your generation of Nigerians who are increasingly stamping their own authority on the governance system that we have chosen as ours. I think there is no doubt that Nigerians have agreed that there is value to being a democratic society. And so far, it hasn't delivered in the way that we all expected. But nonetheless, I think there is this sense that democracy does ultimately work to support the political freedom that is necessary for economic freedom, that is necessary for individuals to thrive within society for inclusive prosperity. Now, with all of that said, you are focused on the state of the nation. And one thing that those who attend the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance, which is uh, very well known as the SPPG, is that we have a mantra: in God we trust, every other person must come with their data. The reason that that is important is it saves us a lot of argument if we can agree that certain measures of the state of affairs of any society can be uh, commonly agreed to by virtue of the standard of measurement of performance. And so when we talk about the state of the nation, often you think in terms of the socioeconomic issues, and even more so, the fundamental issues of the state of the security and stability and resilience of a society, the state, the economic state of that society, the political resilience of that society, such other things around the social cohesion and the degree of social capital. And so, one standard measure that we do know for determining the prosperity of a society is to look at the issues around GDP per capita, because that is better than just mere GDP size or GDP growth. The GDP per capita tells you the story of a country in terms of the standard of living of the people. And so, if we just sort of said, let's use that catchphrase of GDP per capita to determine how we are doing as a country, one thing that data shows clearly is that we are not doing as well as we once were doing. So, in the last decade, we have seen the GDP per capita, particularly, take a deceleration, not just a deceleration, but a serious one at that. By about 2014, we had come to a GDP per capita of about $3,180 something dollars as GDP per capita. By this year, we are in the regions of 1,800 or thereabout GDP per capita. Now, if you sort of don't fully understand it as a measure of standard of living, if you then decided to put it side by side, contemporary countries' GDP per capita, and when you say a contemporary country, for example, you would probably say a contemporary country could be a country like, any country that we gained independence at about the same time, or a country that is of a similar size as our country. You could take any measure as a basis for understanding that. Now, if you took that measure as a basis for understanding GDP per capita, whether it is Indonesia or it is Singapore or it is Malaysia, we are at least 6 times less than that of the lowest of them. In the case of Singapore, for example, we're probably about their GDP per capita at over $65,000 is at least 30 times our own, ours or thereabouts. So when you look at it in those terms, then you say, how well has this country performed, considering its factors of endowment that should enable it do more considerably better than it's done. Or you think of it in terms of the poverty levels, where maybe if you looked at $1.90 as a basis for determining the number of poor people or the percentage of poor people in your country, you would say $1.90 as a benchmark. That is people who survive on $1.90 a day in the country or below it. That number would be giving you something of about 42% or thereabout. By the time you take it up to $3 as 80 or thereabouts, you're getting something that is way above and above 60% of the population. Or you think in terms of multi-dimensional poverty, and you're getting to something close to about 133 million in absolute numbers. So in whatever way you look at it, to the extent that rather than shrinking the size of the people who are poor and outside of, and people, the people who are poor and within the bracket of people with reasonable standard of living, it means that economically you're not doing well. You are in a deleterious context. Then you look at the issues of the resilience of society. Undoubtedly, we all know indicators that measure that. So, for example, the fragility index that looks at the state of fragility or the state of or the strength of societies, of countries. And we have, over the last 10 to 13 years, consistently come out as one of the 13 the 13 least resilient societies. We are in the region of fragility. If you are 13, you're at 12, you are close enough to be at 5, 6, where you begin to see states that are literally in a failed status. So when you have this level of insecurity, this level of breathfulness of your society, and you also have this state of dismal economic performance, and then you have your political system not as resilient in terms of the democratic ethos and the democratic institutions that mediate the way that society interacts, then it's almost like a triple whammy situation that you're dealing with. but on the political side, it worsens when there is an erosion of the institutions of that hold society together in that description of what an orderly society that is anchored on the rule of law should look like, and because when that happens, chaos is easy to occur without the counter force of the state responding to it effectively. And that's the descent to anarchy, something that you absolutely want to avoid. So here we are in that state where the social cohesion is eroding and eroding very fast. Social capital is eroding and eroding very fast. Also, these two things matter for the stability of society on the one hand, and for the economic decisions that are made within society on the other hand. I said of Nigeria today that we find ourselves in a state where the economics has collided with the politics, and in a very bad way. In a very bad way. You know the data around the very very unstable macroeconomic context within which Nigerians operate their daily lives now. So whether it's the price as measured in terms of foreign exchange, it's an unstable context. The volatility of exchange rate, although relatively stabilized now, but around a region of number that makes it still incredibly difficult for a lot in terms of real productive activities to happen within the economy. I'm trying to keep this as simple language as possible, so that all of us who are listening can at least be part of the conversation that follows. Or in terms of another price measurement, the interest rate, at a degree of interest rate increases as part of stemming inflation, what you end up having is you end up having a leanness of credit that is available for the real sector, that is for the productive sector, because cost of financing production and productivity becomes really higher. And so when you have these macro fiscal conditions that have played out, you then have situation of high unemployment, resulting also from a number of the policy choices and direction that have confused the consumer and confidence, as well as the investor confidence. So if the confidence in the economy is whittled down significantly, as we've seen over these years of poor economic policy direction, then what happens is that the economy doesn't attract the kind of investment, whether it's in terms of its own indigents making those decisions, or it is the signaling that the internationals would have to say this is a credible destination to bring in private capital. With all of that, you come to the conclusion that, hey, we do need a comprehensive reset of the Nigerian enterprise. The Nigerian enterprise needs almost a shock therapy in order to reset itself. And that shock therapy is something that cannot come from just marginal tinkering of how things are going. So if you brought out a plan and you said to us that, you're going to increase this by this amount or by that amount, it wouldn't really make a significant difference, because you have a fundamental structural issue that is making a lot of things to be in a state of disequilibrium. So to bring Nigeria back to a place of equilibrium, I have maintained that we do need a very important conversation as a people. The conversation of the kind that enables us design a pathway out of this state of being stuck in low equilibrium performance. Because the way that what we have been able to make of ourselves, pale in significance or in relation to what we potentially could be, is so wide. The spectrum, the gap, the ambition gap is so wide that we can't stay with these, marginal tweaks and little improvements that then wash away over time, and then we dig ourselves into a hole. So clearly, there is a dysfunction in how we have turned out as a country. And this is not that this is not something that is not backed by the evidence of the uh, of the of the relapses that we have seen, even after moments of little breakouts of good performance. That being said, I look at the the context in which you, as a group of Nigerians, are having the kind of conversation that you hold on your platform. And I remember that you are a product of the 2023 elections and the aftermath of that election, and how I listened to what you were saying before I came before I started speaking, which was clearly articulating a very strong disenchantment at the way at the direction of the country. And when I think of how you all have gone about this, it just resonates with what was also our own generation's state of mind in the when the 19 the elections that MKO Abiola won in 1994, when that election was nullified. He was exactly, we were probably the age of some of you at that time. Some of us were a little older, but the outrage was essentially similar, because we had been a generation, at least my generation. Some of you know that I did celebrate my 60th birthday last year, so I'm 61 this year. And for my generation and people within my own age cluster, we had seen much more of military rule than we saw of a democracy. And so the 1994 election was like, oh wow, we're going to get freedom finally. And then it it was annulled, and it incensed so many of us. And for the first time, we actually had a number of us who were professionals, now doing what Aisha Yusufu, for example, says, no, don't call me an activist, call me an active citizen. We became active citizens through concerned professionals, and basically held our ground that that election needed to be reinstated, to be recognized, and the winner sworn into office. That put us within the kind of agitation that all of you make today about your democracy. So in reflecting on these periodic eras in our history, I came to the conclusion that there is a generation, the one before us, that were the generation that struggled for independence in Africa in the 60s. And then there, that independence came. Both political independence ostensibly came, and then we got uh, ourselves into military adventurism, as well as civilian dictatorships. And there was a generation that then had to campaign, and that was the baby boomer generation of that is my generation. We became the campaigners for no, enough of this. We've got to get democracy. But that wasn't enough, because that so called democracy did not result in what I call the democracy plus, which is democracy plus the benefits of improvement in the standard of living of the people, improvement in their degree of freedom and the environment, the opportunity to thrive within an environment in whatever direction that is consistent with an orderly society they chose to follow. Now, it is your generation of the Gen X's, the millennials, and the Gen Zs now having to get into yet another liberation struggle. And that liberation struggle is the one that you are engaged in now. And if I should define that struggle, I would say that your struggle is a struggle against your domestic domination by the political class that have monopolized democracy to the utter neglect of all other stakeholders that should be equal participants in the democratic process. So I did a research that followed from when I stepped down from running for office. I went into politics not because I had any desire to be a politician in that sense of the word, but because I was outraged. I was tired of seeing the poor governance as the biggest obstacle that was standing in the way of us having responsible leadership and the outcomes that other societies that were contemporaries of Nigeria had been able to achieve. And so when I came face to face with the variant of our politics, then I realized that, oh, we've been thinking it's poor governance. It actually is not just poor governance. It starts upstream. It is about the quality of our politics. The quality of our politics shapes and frames the quality of governance. What we were doing in my generation was to think that, if only we could just get the right policies and build the right systems and structures, everything would be fine. We hated politics, therefore, we stayed out of politics. In the process of making such costly decisions, what then happened was that we held politics in contempt, and therefore, the contemptible were the ones who had the field open for politics, and they seized it. And now, what you have across Africa is a situation where Africa's least qualified end up in politics. Africa's competent, capable, and ethical ones will mostly vote for life outside of politics. It's an anomaly. It is an anomaly, and we're paying the price of that anomalous situation. So the research that I did showed clearly that if we continue to joke with politics, we have no reason whatsoever to expect the good governance that ultimately leads to the kind of sound policies, whether they be macroeconomic policies, they be sectoral policies, structural policies, policies in broadly for development that countries like the Singapore that we talked about earlier, or even close home, a country like uh, like uh, like Botswana that equally came into uh, plenty of rent from diamonds, but some level of macroeconomic policies that were sound, that were sensible, enabled it to buck that what we call the Dutch disease, the problem of prebendalism, where the political class capture the rent and it becomes a source of resource conflict, and then they just completely gnaw their, just digging into that commodity to the utter neglect of all other policies that could support diversification process and a translation of oil revenue or copper revenue in the case of DRC into human capital, physical capital in form of investment in critical infrastructure, or building the right systems and institutions anchored on the rule of law to provide an enabling environment for private enterprise, for activities outside of that enclave economy of minerals or oil, as the case may be. So, if we then know clearly that we have so badly underperformed, but that it is possible to change that by changing something of our political culture, of our political incentives, of our political institutions and landscape, then we needed to understand it better. And so my analysis was to look at the nexus between politics and economic performance of countries. And clearly, a strong correlation exists. If your politics is poor, your economic performance would be would be pitiful. We see it, it's played out across our continent. We are hostages of bad politics that then lead to the formation of governments that are weak, governments that are broadly unethical, governments that are incompetent because they then don't assemble the kind of solutions to problems that other countries easily see in proven ideas that have led to economic growth. So that whole agenda of understanding our politics and how much of an obstacle it is to good governance enabled me to see that, hey, wow, you know, there are three important pillars that determine the triangle of politics. If I looked at politics as a product, or I looked at it as a service, it would be the consumers, in which case this would be the electorate, the citizens, the people. And then it would be on the other side of that triangle, the suppliers, that is the politicians, the political class and their parties. And then on the apex side, it would be the regulatory system, the institutions, the laws, the constitution that create the basis for mediating the activities of the supply side and the demand side in politics. And when I did further analysis of it, it became clear that of the three groups, of the three pillars that make up what I call the triangular pillars of democracy, the only pillar that has an incentive to change the situation that most of African countries find themselves is the pillar of the citizens. Why? Well, if you have a monopoly hold on politics or as suppliers of politics that does not work for everybody, a monopolist has no incentive to withdraw their advantage. They hold tight to it. So there is a further entrenching of that shackle, that hold, that stronghold of political class over the so-called democratic space of our continent. So there's no incentive on the part of the monopolists. So you would say, okay, how about the regulatory side? How about the institutions, the laws, and the processes, and the institution and the agencies of the state? Well, the truth is that the supply side of politics creates them in their own image, and they are captured by that supply side. So even where some of them may be willing to do something, they are ineffectual, they have no competence to do it, or they are completely in the pocket. So you can't get any action in structurally changing Africa's politics from either the political suppliers or the institutional frameworks that would have entered into a distorted political arrangement and corrected it. That's why, for example, 2023 election, you look at an election umpire like INEC with all the resources it got, and it just went beyond it just fell beyond below the pale in every a sense of analysis of performance. So so what remains? It only remains the pillar of the citizens. Now, if it's only the pillar of the citizens that remain, would it be all the citizens? No, it cannot be all the citizens, because there's incredible problem of collective action dilemma. Collective action dilemma, we're equally suffering, but we can't find consensus on how to save ourselves from the suffering. That's the simple way to describe it. We have reason to work together, but somehow there are too many things that separate us from working together. It's a dilemma. So you have that fractious and factionalized citizens, a pillar. But one thing that my research showed is that out of that could come out a group like what you all have called yourselves obedient, where you're saying we are moved by a certain set of values of what we think our country could be. We aspire to seeing a country that functions, a country that thrives on the basis of competency, of capacity to solve problems, of certain ground rules of ethics of how society should punish and reward behavior. So that subset of Nigerians, whatever they may call themselves, they could be anything. But the fact that you have a core group of people who are saying this is not good. We need more. We need better. That is an important development for us. The Senegalese were able to find theirs in a way that dramatically engaged their political suppliers to say, hey, we're setting the standard here. You can't do this and get away with it. Many other countries have done theirs, but in the direction that is now at crutch purpose, of course, with democracy, because you have military takeovers again, and the citizens are happy to just find that something different from the political suppliers that have kept them down, has seemed to have appeared. But for how long is that a solution? So the enduring and sustainable solution is the kind of process that you're engaged in. And that's where I then, I try to wind down by saying that the emergence, for me, the emergence of this set of Nigerians who are in the Gen X's, the millennials, the Gen Zs, just with a certain level of political consciousness and political literacy to engage the sometimes arcane issues of governance in the way that you all have been doing is a plus. Even if you don't like the obedience as a movement, you should be glad as a Nigerian that we now do have a, 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 a diverse group of Nigerians in larger numbers than we had in those 90s, that are saying, hey, we want a society that is that is reflective of what a 21st century Nigeria could be. We want governance that is accountable, that is effective, that is responsive, that is participatory, that is anchored on the rule of law, that is equitable, and all of those important characteristics that make up what we call good governance. I see your engagement, and that's what you asked for. That should be something welcome by all of us, especially my generation, because I mean, come on. We cannot be the ones designing a world that we will not live most of our lives in. We've lived most of our lives already. So you designing a pathway into that world, whether we like you or we don't like you, should not matter. So your emergence gives me plenty of hope. I am known for saying that hope maketh not ashamed, and hope is inexhaustible. For some of you who have fallen off the way and said, it's too much. No, a liberation struggle is never too much. Except if you don't want freedom. The freedom from the colonial masters, the freedom from military rule, or unfortunately for some of the countries that have gone back to it, that's sad. Freedom from military rule, second, and now freedom from domestic colonialists in the form of a class of political actors who act as predators on the systems of governance. Look at the kind of state capture that we have seen across our continent. It's almost like, prebends, the Catholic prebends that they share. You give people different portions that belong to them, and that's it. That's not what you cannot build prosperous societies that are resilient, that continue to thrive on the basis of the two critical economic issues of productivity and competitiveness. We're lacking those two things, essentially because the political foundation that gives the signaling on the incentive that should drive enterprise in our society are completely captured. And where they are not captured, they are so eroded, they are not capable of arbitrating what they should or would normally do in other societies. So I end on the note that the prospects that I see for Nigeria is dependent on you as citizens uh, really staying the course, and never giving up and never saying this is too much. Nobody's even appreciating. Nobody's going to appreciate. For goodness sake, regardless of what anybody would have told you about an Oby Ezekwesili, the truth is, Oby Ezekwesili is just this woman who is upset at the fact that we do not in any way represent anything close to what is possible. And hey, when I went into government, I was with that kind of mindset that I went into government. In all the spaces that I occupied, it was with that mindset. I wasn't ready to celebrate any little. It was basically we had to, just give our all to do better because what are you celebrating? What is there to celebrate? Even if in the period that we were in government, we were averaging 6 to 7%, it was not enough to lift the number of people that needed to be lifted out of poverty. So there was still so much more. And for me, I look at it as as totally a poor use of privilege for us not to create more opportunities to give other people the privilege that we have had. So, so when I see you in your advocacy, when I see your irritation and frustration, and sometimes your your total uncooperativeness, even on matters that you could have cooperation as a way of moving together to solve problems across this country, because this is not about the ethnicity of it. Is the fact that you should not be happy that this is all that Nigeria has been able to make of itself, simply because of the quality of its politics and its political class. It should be upsetting to all of you, and you should be able to cooperate around that and to say we want to design a Nigeria that works. That's the liberation struggle you're in now. And it's not one that you should abandon because, you know, with the collision between the politics and the economics, if we do not manage it well, oh my goodness, the history um, is replete with societies that had no other place to go other than failure, as in becoming a failed state that became a Humpty Dumpty, too scattered to be put together again. That's not what you want for Nigeria. No matter, I actually think that a lot of people who are angry at the situation in the country and they have all kinds of forms of agitation and curse out Nigeria every day, they really don't. When you go to the heart of their heart, they are crying out for Nigeria. They are essentially saying, "Oh, I wish that this country would work. If Nigeria worked, my goodness, people would be so motivated to give everything to it. So it is how to build that consensus for the citizens to hold down their political class, hold down the National Assembly, hold down the presidency, and say it is time to allow a design of a Nigeria that works. This whole tinkering of the constitution by the National Assembly, one morning they tell us this particular clause is going to do. No, no, no. That doesn't work. And that's where I say to you that we do need the a design that helps us to agree what our shared values are. Every country that you see that we envy, there are certain shared values that, regardless of your tongue, your language, your ethnicity, your color, your whatever, some shared values are fundamental. And then a national vision, and because we ought to be saying, based on our conversation, what is the vision? What vision do we have for Nigeria? What Nigeria do we want to see? Regardless of what our cultures may be, there must be a vision that we all agree, of a prosperous society, a society that allows everyone the opportunity to be the best that they can be, and such like. And then we need to sort of say we have many different identities. How do we have a discussion around what would be a minimum set of things that we agree, and therefore use them as a basis to say this is what makes me a Nigerian, and that's what makes you a Nigerian, regardless of what may divide. So we don't have that. We never have really discussed that as a people. There was an arbitration or mediation of the process of us being Nigeria by the colonizer. In the absence of the colonizer, the kind of conversation that the people of a society should have, in a way, you would say the apartheid situation enabled the South Africans to have some measure of that in the at the end of apartheid. You could say that also happened in Kenya, and in these two countries that I speak of, it ended up in a citizens uh, centered constitutional process, because the process through which the grandum on which a society is built, if it is shared by everyone, even where there have been disagreements as to what enters into that constitution, there is a sense of ownership of it that then begins to support all the other things that follow in policies, in institutions, in choices of investment, priorities, so that all of these things together then create the basis for growth. I end by saying that if anything gives me hope on our continent, and I've said this publicly so many times, it is the fact that we have young people like yourselves. Now, young people are game changers. I wish we had many more of them that were as educated as you. But even the much of you that are educated, you're game changers. That's one. Number two, the African women, that the Nigerian women. There is something about the coming on of the women on the continent, in our country, enterprise, the engagement, the finding their strength, finding their voice. When I see some of the women, the Aisha Yusufus, the Morins, the Oluchis, the Sarah Ibrahims, there are so many of you that are just, when I see that use of voice, that that power of being able to say, yes, I am a woman, but it has not in any way diminished me. I have the capacity to engage the subject, the issues. I am as productive as the environment enables me to be. Now, the dormant asset that we have in women that have not participated politically and economically on our continent will be unleashed, and that would be powerful. And then the third thing, the power of technology. Now, these three game changers are really yours, and you can do a lot with it. So I just encourage you to stay on the mark. Don't be illusioned by the fact that, oh, you gathered together, wanted a massive change in 2023, and it didn't happen. We were robbed of this, and therefore, goodbye to Nigeria. Come on. If you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is weak. Your strength is weak. Don't let that be so. You have done well. You have to do better. You have to gain more political literacy. You need to understand greater the power of collaboration. You need scale, massive scale. You need strategic thinking. You need to even receive counsel from those who have gone ahead of you. These are all important elements that lead to good formations toward the kind of liberation struggle that you're now engaged in. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Oh, my goodness. Woo! Ah, my goodness.
Much, Auntie.
I think 50 minutes of you speaking, and all I could just do is just listening. Thank you so much. The wealth of information, the wealth of knowledge you've passed on this platform right now. Information, the wealth of knowledge you've passed on this platform right now. It's Ibrahim Abdul Karim of the Big Tent, Dr. Barry. You were at your prime, like most of us right now. And 30 years after, the nation is worse than you met it. So it is just safe to say that for us, most of us are in our 30s right now, that we can say we're not doing it anymore, and we'll come back in 30 years time from now, Nigeria will be worse off. It is very, very possible. It is very, very possible for us to understand this context. And it's also painful also to know that if citizens don't do this job, nobody's going to do it for us. And I thank you so much for dropping that for us to understand. But let me go straight to my question, Ma. You served as the Minister of Education from 2006 to 2007. Please, Ma, what are the dangers of a country like Nigeria being run by someone with no verifiable educational background?
Well, the thing about statecraft is that it requires those three C's that we consistently have spoken about. As a matter of fact, those three C's were things I started talking about, I think, more than a decade and a half ago, when I said, based on my analysis, it was clear that whatever skills that a person would need for leadership, you could categorize them under character, competence, and capacity. And so I have always said it to organizations, to countries, to presidents of countries around the world that I've been privileged to engage with, that whenever you find people who tick those three boxes and you give them leadership to exercise, you're very likely to get good outcomes. Very likely to get good outcomes. So, for you to have competence, for you to have capacity, you definitely have to have the right education. For you to not possess the kind of knowledge that you portend to possess, there is already an integrity question that has to be answered, and so it makes it even difficult for you to have the kind of credibility that is necessary for leadership. So that's the problem that I believe that most people had with the challenging situation that we found ourselves to before the election 2023. The current president's credentials were being questioned, and questioned in ways that answers to those questions were not encouraging. So that undermined that office significantly. And then when you think in terms of competence and capacity, well, we've now seen 1 year of it, and I think it's totally is underwhelming. So there is a challenge there. We do need to improve the what we call the leadership recruitment principles and benchmarks, because that's important. We do need to. If we don't, as a continent, if we continued with this habit of playing with our 11th 11, if there is such a thing, I know that clubs have third 11 or fourth 11, as the case may be, but it's almost like we now are comfortable on our continent to play with a team that would you all are fans of the Arsenals and the Man U's and the whichever with Liverpool's of this world, and I know that you know when your team is fielding its first 11, you want them to field their first 11. If you're that adamant and you're that you know enthusiastic about your clubs fielding their first 11, imagine having to govern countries with teams that don't come close to 10 to 11. That's a terrible thing. You can't do that in the 21st century world. The countries have not been waiting for other countries. That's why you see the Chinas and the Indias roaring past and roaring on and becoming influential part of the conversation in terms of the global governance. But if we sort of say to ourselves, no, we care more about who we hire to run a grocery shop than who we hire to sit in public office, then we are doing ourselves, as you people normally say. You're doing yourself. Nobody is doing you.
All right, thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. I think, oh, Jimmy, okay, 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 okay. I think midway, you might have to come with that. But let me jump in right now to my co-host. We'll all come with our questions. Then, we will open up the floor for every other Nigerian to come in and ask you questions, man. All right, and Sizzle, please, after Sizzle, well-meaning, can you take it away from Sizzle, please? Thank you.
Auntie Obi, good evening. I want
Good
to
evening.
ask I want to ask a question that I will need you to please just listen to the context for me. I am in my 30s, and I'm in a country that I barely saw military rule, and then we got into this democracy of a thing. So let's say in the first 10 years of my life, we heard the military is bad, the military is bad, the military was evil, the military is this, the military is that. And we heard all of this evil about the military from the current democratic politicians. So put yourselves in the shoes of a 38-year-old like myself. For the first 10 years of my life, the military is this, the military is this, the military is that. And then some election happened, the whole MKO Abiola saga. And then the people, the Democrats, the politicians, the democracy people then get into power in 1999. And for the last 20 something years of my life, Lagos Ibadan Expressway has not been completed. They can barely build a refinery. And then in the last 9 years, a criminal, terrorist, non progressive organization called the APC has taken charge of my country. They stole, bulldozed, killed, and murdered their way into governance. So, I listened to your speech. There is a lot of intelligence behind it. But that is the type of intelligence you use when you're dealing with a government like Jonathan. You talk, they hear. The president, he go school. Sense day, small. Some members of the cabinet get brain. But these people, let me just give you a quick data, Auntie. The Nigerian Institute of what you call them, the Nigerian Institute of Project Managers in 2022, CIPM, the Institute of Project Managers said that there were about 56,000 uncompleted federal government projects all over Nigeria, and that we would need 17 trillion naira to complete them all. The Tinubu administration ignored all these projects, but plans to spend 15 trillion naira on one coastal highway. So you need to understand the APC is not a government that understands logic. 15, 17 trillion could fix 56,000 things, but they want to use 15 trillion on one thing. So I ask you, ma'am, please, before we end up in a French Revolution style where the people get up with no guidance and destroy this country, because one day the poor will have nothing to eat but the rich and the middle class. What do we do as a Nigerian people? Because one of my biggest fears is that you were 30 when you fought for Nigeria's struggle, you're 60 and Nigeria is still upside down. My biggest fear is I'm currently 30 and I don't want to be 70. And Kasim Shettima would have been president, and a bunch of all the crazy people we think will rule this country will end up ruling us. So, what can we do now, today, against a 9-year state capture by a criminal organization masquerading as a political party? What can we do as Nigerians? If we tell ourselves elections, they are totally out of it. And this man is already rewriting Nigeria's future in whatever he thinks is his image, changing national anthems. His own version of regional government might not be the best for this country, and a host of other things. What can well-meaning Nigerians do now towards this 9-year state capture? God bless you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the logic of your question. I think there I can only stress the point that I made, where I said to you that the country needs a reset. It needs a political reset in order to position it for an economic reset. Because, as I said, just tinkering on the margins would not change anything. It would simply be measuring in the minor, as I've always been known to say, and it doesn't deliver strong outcomes. So, what does that in real terms mean? I have been campaigning. If you read what I wrote in January, where I said, "What time is it for Nigeria?" I am campaigning for us to get back to the table. We need the citizens can see from the analysis that I gave you of fixed politics. It has to take the citizens. There's no incentive on the part of the politicians. They're not just going to wake up one day and say, "Oh, we're magnanimous. We're going to try to, get everybody to discuss the in a very candid way what the dysfunctions are in the entity, in the enterprise called Nigeria, and we need to now design a Nigeria that works, because that design is really what some people call restructuring. It is basically about the citizens now becoming the force that would coalesce and make it mandatory. And when I say make it mandatory, look, take an example of what happened during the EndSARS. What happened during the EndSARS was essentially a people who said, enough is finally now enough. We do need to have an engagement on this subject matter. And the people were ready to have that engagement. It could have been, it could have been that you would have a society that saw a window of opportunity to actually have an engagement. That was a missed opportunity. So, how do you approach it? When you look at the Nigerian constitution, it doesn't lend itself to being changed other than the way that the National Assembly is currently doing it. But there could be a pathway. And what we outlined as a pathway is that there could be a single issue amendment of the Constitution. And that single issue amendment of the Constitution will be an amendment that enables the Constitution of a, a constituent assembly that is different from what we have often had, a group of politicians that appoint them, their cronies and their friends across the various regions, and artificially determine what the changes to the 1999 constitution should be. And that's not working. It doesn't go deep enough. There are real issues of division that ought not to be there, that are based on inherited grievances that should by now have been resolved. Nigerians have no reason to continue to to live in a past, but they live in that past because there's not been an opportunity for each region of this country to really lay it out in the way that they have felt the injury that they have carried. Have that conversation. The truth is, Nigerians are not going to scatter Nigeria. It is the pretense of the political class is mere pretense, because it favors them to do this across the board. And so the citizens must hold for a single issue amendment of the Constitution to enable a constitutional process that is centered on the power of the citizens to be part of this conversation. The design of the pathway to a Nigeria that mirrors the collective if you're Muslim, you're from the south and northeast, and you speak a language that I don't understand, but now you and I are in the same territorial space, and we're a country that needs to, transit into a nation of people. What are the shared values? A basic set of shared values that we can agree to. What vision of Nigeria can we agree to? What kind of national identity do we see that brings us to a common a common template of that we can defend anywhere? That process will be by the citizens. So whether the government is, if the government is a sensible government, it will understand this and actually be a midwife of this process of saying we now must do this because we don't want anything careening out of control. We want to have a situation of a sensible, peaceful, orderly conversation amongst these people of the people of Nigeria. That process is what is missing. And as I said to you, the political class on their own will not do it. In my analysis, we found that, look, there's a political culture that most of Africa's political class now has. It is one that subordinates the collective good to their personal interests and their personal narrow interests. So if that is the political culture, it doesn't change when they have a monopoly position in democracy. So the citizens must build that collective momentum that forces the kind of conversation that I am saying is important to happen. We cannot move forward without that conversation. We need, and a lot of people sort of say, oh, but we had the 2014 national conference, or it was similar to the design of all others that we have seen. It's a bunch of politicians, nominating them, but it doesn't reflect. A lot of times people pretend that we have had processes of determining, governments determining who, is part of a conversation about the future of Nigeria. As if to say that was something done by citizens. Citizens haven't felt that ownership of the Nigerian state. They haven't. It is now our opportunity for that to happen because there's a coming of age of your generation that behoves the older generation to think differently. We can't, do the same thing over and over again, seeing clearly that it is suboptimal in result.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Obi. This is well meaning Nigeria. Again, I'm going to join N6 and Saddam to welcome you to the space. I know you've said a lot earlier when myself, like I had like a brief chat with Saddam about today's space. The word I used that to describe what I think today's space was going to look like was masterclass. And uh, I think I was not. I think I know I was right apparently, and I've been proven right actually by how you've started this page. I mean, I think Saddam just said introduce yourself, and you gave us a master class. There was one fact you said I'm going to reemphasize. Um, you tried drawing a comparison with countries, and you said something, and I got stuck at that point for a long time because I kept thinking about it. I had to write it down. You said we could compare with other countries, either based on when they received their independence or by size, um, and all that. But one thing you said after your comparison was that one thing we've discovered is that Nigeria is 6 times less than the least of them, and I was like, it broke my heart really, as in to say Nigeria is 6 times less than the least of every countries that can be regarded as our mates in just using a contemporary or basic words to describe it. It's really pretty much heartbreaking. But no, I mean I think Ensis asked you one of my questions. I had a couple of questions. Because I'll have the opportunity to moderate the space, I'll probably ask them at various points in time. But again, welcome to Vawulence Space. Currently, we have over 1,500 people listening to you on X, and that's on Twitter. Then there are a lot of people listening on YouTube, on Vawulence Space Radio, on Facebook. So, and I know some of the things we've said here today. Tomorrow may be newspaper headlines because I can tell you that certainly a lot of media people come around to also listen, and I've appreciated. I appreciate how much you've said. So, before, and there's some this we regard Vawulence Space as the home of fact and figure. So I'm just going to do a brief fact or a brief reminder to Vawulence, as not to you, that to just to describe how much of a due process person you are. Sometime in 2021, Dr. Oby Ezekwesili actually petitioned the IGP for somebody who apparently had used her as a director in his company. And this is just a reminder to Vawulence as really for somebody, and there was suspicion of, because without awareness, so she wasn't aware, and so she had to petition the IGP at the time. And that company was a media company that was campaigning for the release of, I think, a Colombia or a Venezuelan man like that who was being accused of money laundering. So that company was on the media, they were campaigning for the release of a money launderer. Guess who that person was at the time that apparently let me just say apparently or allegedly forged the signature and included Dr. Oby Ezekwesili as a director. The name of that person was Japhet Omojua at the time. So you don't tell people don't support. You don't tell people don't support. When people don't support money launderers, is not. I mean, so don't be surprised. Anyways, all right. Quickly, I want to ask a question. I have like a question. I think, but I would allow Jimmy go. Then I'll come because there are a couple of persons that have been waiting to ask you questions. So I'll allow Jimmy go. Then after Jimmy, I'll come to Mommy Bolanle, and maybe at some point I'll ask my question just at different points. So Jimmy, please go ahead.
All right. Good day, Violences. Doctor was welcomed in a different way. But I'm actually doing something right now. But I'm going to time myself. I'm going to give myself 3 minutes to wrap up my submission and to welcome Dr. Obi here in the way we used to do it as a violencer. So 3 minutes is the time I'm giving myself now. From then, forget it. Just 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Oh, no, down. Mr. Sizu. Well, meaning Dr. Harvey. Ibrahim. Auntie Bolanle. Dr. Emeka. Dr. Bankole. Real Elizabeth. Miss Bousman. Field Marshal. Chigoze. JP Moore. Mr. Steven, I am Ojuba, Mrs. Nebo, Lamin, Omega X, Joe Obedience. I'm not gonna stay too long on that. I just want to give myself 3 minutes, as I said. But welcome, guys. We have a lot of lists. I see every single one of you. But I just want to appreciate our guest speaker today. I mean, you're known for an economic policy expert. I mean, an advocate for capital development, a very reliable, humble humanitarian, and an hardcore activist. Former vice president for World Bank. So I mentioned that earlier on. African region to be precise. Co-founder and founding director of Transparency International. Co-founder of Bring Back Our Girls movement. You served as a minister 2 times in Nigeria, Minister of Education and Minister of Solid Minerals. Thank you, ma'am, for being a strong woman. Thank you for being a brave Amazon. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for being a patriotic Nigeria. Thank you for being a patriotic woman. Thank you for being a mother. Thank you for being auntie. Thank you for being an ambassador of hope. Thank you for being an ambassador of truth. Thank you for being the strong for the weak people. Thank you for being the voice for the voiceless. Thank you for being on the right side of history. Thank you for being a leader, a source of energy at which a lot of people tap from. Thank you for representing Nigeria. Thank you for representing Africa. Thank you for representing women of substance. You're an icon. I mean the ION, not the IOCRN. That belongs to someone else. You are a force to reckon with, a pace setter, a pathfinder, a motivational inspiration to people. You're a strong emotional embodiment of truth to the young, old, good, bad, and ugly. Thank you for being who you are, Dr. Obi. I remain my humble self. Ah, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right. All right. All right, Dr. Obi, I know you probably are not used to this kind of settings. But welcome to Vawulence, please. Consider that some kind of break. All right, I'm just gonna go straight to we call her Mummy Bolanle. I'll allow her introduce herself. She's a big anti as far as the obedient movement, which I'm sure you are very familiar with, is concerned. Mommy, go ahead.
Ah, Jimmy, Badun. Good evening, everyone from my side. Dr. B, welcome to the space. Gosh, I can't stop laughing. Yeah, welcome to the space. I mean, I was, fixated, listening intently on all you were talking about. But I want to take you to something a bit more personal. About most Sundays, right? I when I come to Twitter and I check the timeline and I come to a tweet of yours, you're either in a thread of a hymn or a worship song. I find myself reading and singing along. But truth be told, while I know that one's faith is, personal to each and every one of us, I can't but be disappointed with the Nigerian religious leaders because of, I don't know, they're too quiet. What's happened to them being the voice for the oppressed and all the rest of it that I strongly believe pulpits should be used as. My question is this: am I being naive, or should we be expecting more from all our religious leaders? Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think that when the citizens look to the various centers of power and authority, that and voice what they expect as voice of reason, one of the places they naturally would look to would be the religious leaders across all faith. Um, but you have to understand that for most people in the churches and the mosques, it's almost like what they do has selected them to be people who really dig deep into what they consider their relationship with God. And so in the traditional sense of it, they sort of look at society from a distance while focusing on their flock. So that was the traditional uh, church. That was the traditional mosque. And as we have seen society evolve into spaces that are more open, that are more decentralized, there is this demand for their voice to be way outside of the four walls of the church and to really engage the leaders or as my husband would normally say, the rulers in the case of our country and continent that were in places of authority. And it's not an unusual expectation to have, but I think that just even understanding that at the different levels of engagement that some of these leaders have, we could be we could actually be a more understanding of why some of them do things in the way they do them. Take for example, I would speak of a leader that I know, somebody. I was in government with under President Obasanjo. I can tell you the number of times that a the GO of the Redeemed Christian Church of God came to basically take a position with the president to say, on this, I'm not sure that this is what, really carrying the matters of Nigerians. So they could have ways of engaging that would be different from the way that some of us would expect them to engage. So there are some of those kinds of examples that in this particular case, I truthfully can tell you I witnessed myself. For this matter of really the church and the religious leaders being elders in the land and being vocal when something has gone wrong. I think that there was this organization that was set up at that time called is it in Iraq or something, Nigerian Interreligious Committee or Council. It existed, and it was a means of coalescing their voice around issues so that they would not be part of the process of dividing or creating acrimony for things that could be resolved in agreeable, where you say you disagree but you don't have to be disagreeable, you object but you don't have to be objectionable, or as the case may be. So that those kinds of mechanisms, in order to, as much as possible, safeguard the church or the mosque, as the case may be, from the very turbulent waters of politics. Even for us, we have to be, it's a catch-22 situation. On the one hand, you want that. On the other hand, you have to be mindful of that, what that could do in a society like ours. So just being able to be deeper in the way that we're looking at it, and basically saying to the leaders that if there are mechanisms for engaging the leaders without sort of creating a challenge for the wider society, then if you're not using it, use it. It's important for the people. The people need to know that consultations happen where the church leaders, the leaders of the mosques, are saying to governments that are not performing well, this is not right. Why are you doing this? The citizens are now saying we need to see that more. And I wouldn't consider it, an unworthy expectation. But I also need you to see these nuances to that issue that perhaps determines the extent of the visibility that you see of their engagement.
All right, thank you very much, Auntie Obi. So just to quickly, I know, you know, I mean, I so much love how you address issues in details, and it comes with being someone that pays attention to the process. So, but I think just for the sake of our time, and not time really, there are so many. Currently, I can see like so many people, close to, over close to 30 persons already that wants to ask you questions, aside the ones that are already on the speaker section. And so so we can maybe get as much as we can. So maybe anyway, yeah,
Sure.
yeah. So I'll just quickly go straight to I can see Mr. Dr. Bankole here. Let me just quickly take Dr. Bankole's question. After which I'll come to Zarid, and we'll come to Mr. Nemeka, who is also a very um, intellectual mind that we have here every time, a lot of time, and even on TV, we see him on TV trying to speak truth to power, analyze the issues. But let me start with Dr. Bankole. Dr. Bankole, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Obi, for coming to this space. I want to thank you for your patriotic work on fixed politics in Nigeria, the ongoing work there, and then your work on the BBOG campaign, especially for Leah Sharibu. So we appreciate your patriotic gestures. So everyone is talking about 2027, and there will also be off-season elections before then. Do you think anything fair can be determined by the current constituted INEC? Because with the current INEC, I strongly suspect there could be massive voter apathy in 2027 or coming elections. What are your thoughts on how Nigerians, especially young people, can be motivated to participate and not to give up on Nigeria?
Mm. That's a very, very thoughtful one. On 2027, I do not think that there's any um, any confidence building measures that would make me expect 2027 to be any different from 2023. Uh, the the um, the fellows who are practicing what my study calls monopoly democracy in our country still hold the tight rein. In fact, they are stronger. They have access, unlimited access to the public treasury, for which there is little accountability. We have seen a poor prioritization of investment of lean resources. We haven't seen anything that suggests that reforms are going in the direction of a greater public accountability for use of resources. And then we've looked at that we see the institutions that there is not really much of institutional reforms that are going on. What kinds of changes to the INEC Act, for example, would we need to make it impossible for what happened in 2023 in the so-called technology glitches that were clearly indefensible to not repeat themselves? So I feel like 2027 would be another circus where we again have an election that is already predetermined by the political class as to where it would go, further frustrating the citizens. And that is why, I am adamant about the necessity for the country to have a conversation for a reset, because all of these matters of what institution does what and what's the best way that it should do it would be part of that process. When you have a conversation of the kind, a sovereign conversation that is made possible by what I called a single issue amendment of the Constitution to enable that process, what you would have would be a comprehensive set of issues, especially a prioritization of the issues that are most material to your being a country that functions, a country that is productive, a country that is competitive, a country that is resilient, a country that is anchored on the principles of the rule of law. And so, if we don't do that, before 2027, they would repeat the same thing. I am a person of faith. I have confidence in God, but there are certain things that God will not do for us. There are things that He's given us faculty to do. A building nation is not God that comes down to do it. He places people in their territory to build their nation. They can go back to Him and ask for inspiration, but they can't wait for Him to build the nation for them. The politicians have captured our democracy. They will repeat the same thing in 2027. What the citizens need to do now is to ensure that that does not happen by engaging with them to make this necessary change to the constitutional process so that we can design a Nigeria where anybody who presents themselves for election according to the rules that have now been comprehensively agreed and collectively agreed would transparently in credible elections stand the chance of losing or winning, as the case may be. And for the younger ones motivation, they need to think of it from the perspective that they are the third generation, collective generation of people who must achieve this particular liberation struggle. It is well worth it. Many of you have referred to the fact that you're 30 and you don't want to be 61 and be invited to this kind of an event. It makes your heart cry. You don't want that. You don't want that the rest of the continents of this world have forgotten about poverty. And your country, has the largest bulk of the people who are poor. What we have ended up with is an intergenerational dynasty of poverty, where the great grandfather was poor, handed over poverty to the grandfather handed over poverty to the father, and the father is waiting to hand it over to the son. That's intergenerational poverty. The same Nigeria in which we grew, between two generations, there's a lifting out of poverty. And that's because just a basic minimum standard of governance was possible. Now we've lost that. So you be motivated by a desire to not allow that happen. Because if you say that you're doing okay, fine, thank you, leave me alone, you're actually just about two to three cousins away from poverty. So you really are not doing well.
All right, thank you very much. Oh my God, you said something. I'm just thinking, hey, God forbid, I cannot be coming to this kind of space 30 years from now and be advising people again how to. I mean that we need to. And I like.
God forbid. God forbid.
I'm
God
telling you.
forbid.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And I like how you keep saying reset, reset. I mean, to whom that and to whom wants to interpret it. I think it almost sounds like a better word than the one that some guys use often around here, that something now or something. I don't know, but when you say reset, it sounds really. I agree. Nigeria needs some kind of reset. All right, quickly, I'm going to go straight to Zari Yusuf. After which, I'll come to Mr. Nemeka as well.
Thank you so much, well, many Nigerians. Hoped I would not mistakenly mention Dora Okoyili. She has occupied my mind, and then in terms of the impact she has left, I think you are one other woman that I respect so much. My question is not deliberate to put you on the spot. If it's not a subject you want to address, you could just see it as a commentary. But beyond, the economic mess Nigeria is in, there is something called security, which I think it's deliberately suppressed. we are in a situation where it's actually, when people say it's a threat, it's not exactly so much of a threat, looking at the attitude of the government, looking at the attitude of our supposed allies, locally and internationally. And I'm saying so because when you look at basically the role they have played in crisis on the African continent, and you look at Nigeria, especially what played out prior to what I would refer to as state capture of 2015, it does look a lot as if the security issue in the country is basically meant to checkmate any situation where Nigerians will decide to just own their country, even in the most civil manner. We have places that basically are being run by terrorists. Some people will tell you that they are just in their hundreds of thousands. But when you deal with the localities, you realize they are actually in their six figures. The most powerful military formation in the country, it is basically around that region that their strength is. I understand quite well that in the second tenure of Buhari, particularly, even the massacre of our soldiers was not being even reported. And as it is now, it's possible for you to just, I think, 48 hours ago in Katsina, 50 people were taken out, and not even in the state would you hear anybody talking about it. Now, not that exactly I hope for it or I pray for it, and not that it's a certainty. But frankly speaking, like I said, it's a question I would ask. If you don't want to put yourself on the spot, it's okay. How would Nigerians, looking at the body language of the international community, how that there is a country where hundreds of people could be killed, whether in the middle belt, whether in the southeast, whether in the northeast, and all of that, and then it looks as if nobody is aware of it. And the attitude that happens when these criminals basically make their Waterloo, either by local vigilante who decide to defend their communities, or either by community members who decide to say no to these things because the security is not acting. That is when the military might is unleashed. Looking at the inconsistency also of the federal forces in terms of their response to security issues in the southeast and how they respond when it happens in the north. An example is, like I just said, over 50 people were killed in Katsina. Nobody's talking about anything, not the police, not the military, not the state government, not the federal government. But we know what has been happening in the southeast over certain issues. I don't live in the southeast, but I know the body language of the Nigerian military there. Now, the question I want to ask, Ma, is this. Please, how do we as Nigerians avoid a repetition of 1994 Rwanda? Because from all indices, this government is pushing Nigerians to a place where we have no option but to begin to look at these things. That basically is my question. Thank you.
Yeah, your question had multiple layers to it, and quite on point as an analytical frame for looking at the urgency that is necessary in getting all of us to the table. We do need to think of what we have now as a patchwork of um, uh, of uh, of or a patchwork of bodies, no longer anything close to institutions. The state capacity, the Nigerian state, has been so weakened, its institutional base so eroded, that when you look at the analytics around fragility of countries, for you to be a number 13 on that, on a frequent basis of almost a decade now, it suggests that people who sit back and say, oh, why is the judiciary not doing so and so? They are not getting it. The judiciary that we once knew is no longer the judiciary that exists. It's been captive of unethical hold of the political class, and it's now massively eroded of the integrity of the system of adjudication based on the rule of law. That's what corruption is, cancerous. And what public corruption has done, which at the level of the Transparency International, we call it grand corruption. What it does is that it emasculates and then trashes. So when you look at the key levers of what makes for a state, a functional state, we we have things that are wobbly. The Nigerian military that you described, we were younger, probably in those years of ECOMOG. We knew we took pride, even though we hated the idea of being military rule, but the fact that the Nigerian military could go out there and put up a good show of bringing peace to Sierra Leone and to Liberia mattered to us. The Nigerian military that we met when I went into government, by the time I returned home in 2000 and was started off with the due process, the military was part of the due process. And it was in that period that President Obasanjo engaged in what was called reprofessionalization of the Nigerian military. Do you know that the military I met by the period of that whole reprofessionalization just unearthed a huge community of Nigerian military officers that were PhDs. In fact, the military appeared to have been the single entity with a per capita uh, PhD military, personnel in public service than a whole lot of other institutions other than the universities and the other academic institutions, organizations. So this military that we see today, that is degraded in many ways, is a victim of what we're talking about. That state erosion ultimately erodes everything. So we have to come from the perspective that, look, if you took the economy, you took security, you took culture, you took social cohesion, you took human capital development. If everybody just takes their little particular issue that matters to them and they say this is the greatest problem, that is not helpful. The Nigerian state is in trouble. We have to rescue the Nigerian state. We need to design a Nigeria that works. That's my story. That's my point of view. So, what you see today in the inconsistencies come from the fact that rules of the game no longer sort of underpin what the agencies that we consider institutions now do. I don't think Nigerians have quite really thought of this deeply. Nigeria is in trouble. It's not an alarm. It is a statement of fact. You look at all the indicators. They point in the direction of a cataclysmic outcome if we don't manage the process of saying, have a conversation, design a pathway that will lead to a productive and competitive, prosperous, stable, resilient Nigeria, where the child of the poor stands a chance of social and economic mobility. It is possible. It can happen. In fact, by the sheer availability of what I call the three game changers, the continent is the youngest continent in the world, average age about 18.9 years or thereabouts. It's the continent with half of its population women who, by current data, are stuck in informal, low productivity activities that, if they were empowered to do more, would unlock so much more in terms of growth for the continent. It's the continent that's coming into its own at it, riding on the coattail of technology and even more disruptive technology, bringing knowledge at a rapid level of efficiency to decision making. So all of these drivers will push us in the good direction. But we must sit at the table and design the fundamentals. There are fundamentals that are missing. So we're standing on a crooked, a table that has legs going in all kinds of direction, not standing well. You can't drop a heavy load. You can't even drop a light load on a table that will wobble down. That's where we are. And that's where I'm saying to you that if there's anything I am saying to you at this meeting tonight, it is that, hey, you've got to use that power that collective action enables to engage the political class. The political class is the problem. I have never minced words in saying it. We have a problematic political class. We must engage them. Look, did you see what happened when the citizens collectively decided that, hey, you want to try us on the matter of including technology in the INEC bill, the INEC amendment bill? Did you see that they got rattled enough to say, hey, we can't play dumb on this anymore? The power of the citizens to change things, we've not tested it enough. We have to test it all the way to really confront these political class that have decided to be tone deaf to the fact that the country is in crisis and in trouble. Many of the people, when you tell them the economic state of the poor segment of Nigeria, they think you're playing. They actually think you just want to create trouble. You're not grateful for all the good things that we're doing. They don't understand that there are ungoverned spaces, and that when you have ungoverned spaces of the kind you described, the allegiance of people withdraws from what is so-called legitimate authority, because they just have to figure a way. Nigeria is not coming forward for them. Therefore, they say, all right, let us listen to this other group of people that we see every day. How can we have ungoverned spaces still in the 21st century Nigeria at this stage? It's 2024. So I don't want us to be grabbing the little parts of the elephant. There's an entire elephant that is in trouble.
Yeah.
And we do need to get to the design table. We must design a different Nigeria. And the citizens are the ones with the power to make that happen.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Obi. I mean, truth is that sometimes I want to interrupt and say, okay, but every word you're saying, every word, like, when someone is just like, it makes me want to hear the next word. Like, every word you're saying is it's golden. So I mean, it's just, yeah.
Well, meaning I want to ask, Auntie Obi, I want to ask a question that baffles me. When you guys were in office, you people really loved Nigeria. I mean, there were challenges. There were obviously a lot of criminal politicians. We understand that. But after 9 years of the APC, I've come to understand that there was a time, there were at least a larger number of people in governance who truly loved Nigeria. I have asked a lot of questions to Auntie Obi this evening, and she's been very diplomatic in her replies. But I want to ask you a personal question, madam. How do you people, especially from, how hard you worked for Nigeria, and you guys who suffered, especially Auntie Okonjo and the rest of them, who suffered this APC's brunt? They dragged you guys, they insulted you people. I remember they would go as far as insulting your children on this platform, all sorts of things. Now, this APC is in power. Auntie Obi, why is it that people from the Jonathan administration, the Yaradua administration, that were slighted by these people, are not the strongest voices today pushing us, the youth, to confront these guys? It seems like the buck has been thrown away from the politician to the Nigerian people. INEC then brings up beavers and IREVs, makes me a promise that technology will be followed to the end. And then midway through the election, INEC switches off the beaver, switches off the this thing, runs the whole thing roughshod. Mahmoud Yakubu is still head of INEC to today. So me as a citizen, how much can I pressurize Tinubu? Or okay, or are you saying we as citizens now will go and rent our own hall, do our own constitution tribunal, then bring our own recommendations and hand to Asu Rock? And you
No,
know that is it Bajabiamila Akpabio that will then do what is good for this country? So I
no.
don't understand. There is a certain energy I expect from 60 to 70-year-old members of government that APC in particular demonized you people, made you people, literally misled the entire country. You guys were talking about subsidy, which was good for this country as at 2012. APC came out loudly, misdirected Nigerians, and from 14 or 12 years later, we are suffering the effects of this subsidy. Then the same APC is now doing the subsidy in a criminal fashion, eating the money, and then I don't know, but it seems like you guys are still treating them with kids' gloves. Our generation wants to deal with them. We just don't know what to do. We've not lived long enough. Sometimes you come up and comment NSAS or NSAS this, NSAS that, but it's like your generation is in denial of how NSAS ended. NSAS could have been a beautiful arrangement for a discussion on constitutional reform. It could have been a beautiful arrangement to sort out the police once and for all. It could have been a beautiful arrangement for armed forces reform. None of this happened. The president or sent, today we're talking of unknown gunmen. I saw unknown soldier gunmen in Lagos. The president sent unknown gunmen to Lagos, approved by the governor, and they shot at the youth. So when you people, when I hear the Nigerian people should engage, I ask again, apart from violence, apart from a violent head-on collision, the way the Shiites do it in Abuja with this government, I tell you, Auntie, I see no other sensible way that you guys are telling us to engage a criminal organization headed by a drug baron. And these guys were Nasir El-Rufai. I know how they demonize you guys. I know how they challenge every academic qualification you have. And I'm sorry, but if you come on, or if you're telling me that these same people have destroyed Nigeria a decade later, I don't expect most of you to still be having this speech, like this package speech, like what is. I'm sorry, but the twilight zone is coming from both good and bad. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Auntie Obi, but my generation were confused. We want to protest, but NSAS went the way it went. You're talking about students, Nigerians coming together. We were doing NSAS in the south. The north has no understanding of police brutality, and they did not join us. So how do I come together? How do I come together with people when my cutoff mark in education as an Anambra boy is high, and my friend who was from Gongola when we were in school had needed 2/400 to enter school? How do we meet at an equilibrium? How do I come to an equilibrium when northern Nigeria cannot agree that young girls below the age of 18 should not be married off? How do I meet an equilibrium with these type of diatribes? And I love you, but please, I need something more solid from your generation, especially those of you who were in governance, who fought these APC people. And these APC people destroyed this country 9 years later. And I don't see any anger from the Sarakis, the Okonjo-Iwealas. You guys just seem to have moved on. And every time
I think
you send it
I,
back to the Nigerian people. What do we
I
do with Akpabio?
I
I'm
think
sorry,
I
Mama, please help me out.
no, no. Look, I can understand, your frustration. I can understand it. I totally can understand it. But guess what? I think it would be wrong to place everybody in a bog pack. I always insist that we must make our conversation factual, make it empirical, use as much data as possible. What you have just said, you know that if there's somebody who stayed engaged on the problematics of managing our country, I am that person. In fact, in my generation, I have never ceased from the public space at every cost of what it has taken, I have stayed engaged and will continue to stay engaged. And what I have said to you tonight has nothing about, I mean, the day I'm accused of being diplomatic is the day I begin to wonder, hey, Oby Ezekwesili, diplomacy. Okay, yeah, well, but to your point of the frustration on your pathway to this, I tell you, where the country is today is not where it was even in 2020. That's the truth. The facts are right on the table. The economic erosion, the human capital erosion, the level of social disintegration, the disconnect that people feel from an increasingly detached state apparatus is so much that it is only two possibilities: a managed crisis or a chaotic crisis. And what I'm saying to you is that through strategic approaches of thinking through the way to coalesce the citizens, and by the way, I did an analysis. I showed you clearly there is no political class in today's Nigeria holding the reins of authority that are prepared to acknowledge even this level of frustration that you just displayed. It doesn't exist. It's the reality. Is it a good thing? Of course it isn't. But is it a reality? It is. If you want someone who's just going to come here and tell you blah, 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 it won't be me you would invite. I like to face the reality and to walk my way through that reality. So, what I've said to you is that the only pillar in the triangular pillars of democracy as a constructive model for understanding our problem, not just in Nigeria, but the rest of Africa, says clearly that the citizens have to rise and take ownership of democracy. Because another model through which you can view what I am saying is that everything has a demand side and a supply side. Right now, the suppliers, that is the supply side of democracy, has been so active and has all the powers. The demand side has been weak and trustful of the supply side, hoping that someday they would be nice. It's not going to happen until there is a demand. There cannot be a quality supply. There has to be that demand. A lot of Nigerians sort of want a few people to be the ones who make it. No, nations are not built that way. There has to be a collective. There must be a collective. It doesn't mean that every Nigerian has to be part of it. But I told you that the emergence of voices like yours in larger numbers, that's an incredible progress. But it now needs to go further and actually sort of sit down and say, these are the rules of our engagement of the political class. And we go nowhere until this conversation is had. It is entirely possible.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Auntie
man.
Obi. I mean, I think I can testify to. I think even NCs can testify to the fact that you essentially have been speaking. So when you were saying that he actually was giving 100%, which means he agrees. Which I think what NC is just saying is maybe when you get on the phone with all these other guys, every now and then you get in touch with them. You can tell them that, guys, join me in speaking. Like, I don't. What are you people doing?
No,
Exactly.
some people are definitely never going to speak. I don't waste my
Yeah.
time.
But my worry is that with how violently the APC fought them from 2011, how Buhari lost, murdered people, I am shocked. Even if for nothing,
Yeah,
at least just for opposition's sake,
yeah.
I would be giving APC hellfire
That's
because I was.
That's
You know,
because you are
just
trying.
Listen, let me
So
let me
I
let me
just
let
feel
me
like
come in.
a cross section of the Nigerian intelligentsia lost to the APC and just
no.
faced
Can I
it's
Listen, let me
sad.
so
I
come in
feel
here.
so.
Let me
you're
come here, mommy, please, just a minute, please. I think I
okay?
could just drop or help out on this. You see, when you're up against a very corrupt and a vindictive set of criminals in power. You have to make sure that you have those skeletons in your cupboard. So what you should understand is that many of these people that NCs were expecting to come out, they have skeletons in their cupboard, and they cannot come out and speak. So when you see an Obi that can come out and speak, she knows that if you go and lie, go and search her from head to toe. Speak her.
One name, everybody in APC
They
had
don't care.
skeletons
No,
in
that's
their
the
cupboard.
difference.
Nasiru El Rufai had skeletons in his cupboard cursing out
The difference is
GEJ.
that
Tinubu was a drug baron as far back as
why didn't you
1976 and he
prosecute
was
him?
cursing out
You did not
Obasanjo.
prosecute him. He will prosecute you. Don't you understand? You're playing different game. You had a chance to prosecute him. You did not do it. He will do it on you. They understand these dynamics. You don't understand it. You're saying it from the angle of an outsider. This
Then Saddam. It is also
Madam, I
folly
beg,
on
no
their
make
part
excuse, I beg
to expect
anybody.
hold on, please, to expect me, who never touched office, who never had national power, who never even stole money, to me, the masses, they are now expecting us to do this.
they're not. No,
I
no,
will,
no, no.
I
They
will
are
take
not. They're not
Saraki. I
expecting
will
you.
take Saraki.
I don't think you're
I
getting
will
it.
go on a march with Saraki right now. If
No,
Saraki gets up, I do you understand? I'm just calling names. I don't know whether
but
they have anything on him, but I will go on a march with any of those people right now.
are you
Because when
prepared to
APC,
listen? Are you prepared to listen? If you're prepared to listen, then I will tell you that your definition of those who constitute the political class are are, are simply those who are in incumbents in office. Well, I have news for you. There is no difference. The political class has shown itself. Did you not elect people that went into the parliament as labor parliamentarians? Have you seen any difference? There's a political culture that you're fighting. It's a political culture. And it is not about, the ones who were in PDP or the ones who were in APC. There is a political culture that subverts the common good for private interest. So when you say you're not hearing some people speak, it is because there is a political culture that makes it difficult for them to speak. And for you to expect them to come and lead a march, you're asking them to self sabotage. You need to get into the realm of the realism that you're faced against. And don't even sort of say, they have been in office, they have been in all of that, they should fight for us. Well, if they were going to fight for you, then it wouldn't have been that they were in office and didn't do some of the things that you would have wanted done.
Auntie Obi, you win. You see
I
this
swear.
one. These facts are not away. You
I
drop
swear.
now. This one now. Mama, you
I
win. No worry. You win.
as
You
in,
win. Now this one now you use show say you be elder at least 30
Yeah,
years.
but I mean,
You
but
win.
then again, Sisu, the,
You
the,
win.
the truth of the matter is, these people they've lived their lives. Okay, it's left to we the youth to get up and be like, you know what, um, this is this is it's time over. You know, you guys got to move away. We got to take out. I mean, now even though we need the support to, speak on our behalf and get out there and support us and everything. But if they don't, we can't force them. They've lived their lives. You know, the life they lived back in 1993 can't be compared to now. So, I mean, we can argue that when NSAS happened, I was highly disappointed. I was hoping our parents, fathers, mothers will step out, come out and, fight on our behalf. But that didn't happen. It's not encouraging at all. And in this instance, if the youth hits the street, what's going to happen? So, what I was saying to my fellow youth is, you know what? We got to take control of this and, do the needful. If they join us, let's not expect anything from anybody. If it comes, fine. If it doesn't, we know we are planning this and we're going out there. I don't expect anyone to come up here and tell us, you got to take your country back. We no go gree, we no go gree. We are dealing with a tyrant. They will consider that what's it called? Is he consider the person a traitor? Is it traitor? I've forgotten the terminology for that.
Treason.
For you,
Yeah.
Traitor or what?
huh?
Treason with
Yeah,
what?
it's a treasonable offense. So we don't want to put anyone on the spot, but it's clear that at this point in time, we, the youth of that country, we need to take charge. I mean, it's proverbial. He has made it in a way that we need to read in between the lines. No one is going to come up here and say, you guys should go and riot and do what you need to do and come out there and go there and do this and do that. No, we need to come together. But then again, we are terribly divided.
Yeah.
Tribalistically, religious wise, we are divided. And we need to conquer that first. Coming together will not be a problem. Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jimmy. I mean, I was just going to say
No, not Jimmy.
thank you very much.
Obuefe.
Osas. And that
Uh-huh.
name, I don't know if
Osas.
you can
Thank
see
you.
that. That name is not an Edo name. So that name Osas is in Edo. But anyways,
I beg Jimmy, no vex because they call you Osas. I
I'm
beg,
telling
I
you,
beg.
this
Short form.
inside. Before we go and say another Evian inside. Anyway, thank you very much. I mean, I think my job here today is to really emphasize something worth emphasizing because a lot is being said and everything is worth emphasizing. But I need to keep looking out for. There's something that um, Madam Oby Ezekwesili just said, and the word is political class because I think it kind of gave clarity because I too was probably not so sure, kind of gave clarity to the question that NCS has asked political class. The truth is that the best you can have right now, or political culture rather, the best you can have right now, right, are people that are so literally almost all Nigerian politicians. And I say almost because I always say personally, I feel like Peter Obi successfully kind of left out that class. You know, almost all politicians you can have right now are within that political culture. The best you can have are those that are currently not benefiting from it, but they are within the culture. So it's difficult for them to speak against their culture because all they are looking forward to is the opportunity to start benefiting from it. So that's something I think we should, when we look at our politicians, just know because it's why we find it difficult to always separate between some people in APC, PDP, and even LP that we tend to support just because of His Excellency Peter will be there sometimes. But that's something I think I'll take personally. I'm going to go straight to Mr. Unemeka or Dr. Unemeka, like we like to call him here. We have like short time, so maybe we just try to say questions or comments limited to like 2 minutes. Then maybe Madam Obi can respond in like 2 minutes so that we can take as many people. I thought the request would be reducing, but it's not. It's actually increasing. Go ahead.
Thank you, Auntie Obi. Thank you so much. I'm so proud of you. You're one of the very few that inspire us in Nigeria. And for the benefit of those in this space, Auntie Obi was in her 30s when he was called upon to serve under Olusegun Obasanjo. And in fact, she was actually one of the few that Obasanjo said will look him eyeball to eyeball and tell him the truth. There are very few Nigerians in her mold. And it's not easy to serve in the political circle. People like her, Ngozi Okonji-Iweala, our late sister, Professor Dora Akunyili. And they left stellar foundations, no corruption attached to them, just like P2B. And that is how it should be. And for some of us who are in our 30s, the job is on us. I want us to listen to what David Hundeyin said. David said we cannot reclaim Nigeria on Twitter. We need to go out there. Like I'm telling you now, most of the come from. I've mobilized more than 2,000 youths to go and join different political parties. You're not joining the political parties because you want to become part of the criminal bandits. You're joining because you want to bring change from inside. If you look at the election, yes, Mahmoud did everything, but Mahmoud is not omnipresent. Mahmoud is not omniscient. We need to understand this. 176,824 electoral polling booths were manned by youth corpers in their 20s. 8,809 electoral wards were manned by youths mostly coppers, as world returning officers in their 30s, in their 20s. I have video records even in my own local government area where youth coppers were collecting $100, $200 to change results to doctor results. If the youths recruited as electoral officers at the electoral polling booths did not agree for anybody to stuff ballot boxes, to change result sheets, to sabotage those beavers and all those stuff, not to transmit, it wouldn't have happened, even if Mahmoud decided to lock it up at the back end. If the electoral ward collection officer did not agree to change their results, it took a 65-year-old professor, a woman, Professor Nenoti, to withstand the pressure in Abia State. That is why we have Alex Oti today. And most of us can beat our chest and say there's a semblance of good governance in the southeast of Nigeria. She stood against what every other person compromised. There were only many VCs and professors who compromised their positions. So it's us, the citizens. And when we say the citizens, let me tell you, these political bandits cannot rake. That is why sometimes I get angry when I see NLC and TUC doing all manner of awareness. If NUC and TUC has shut down Nigeria, when Akpabio and Tinubu allocated 70 billion naira to buy SUVs and as relocation allowance, they wouldn't have taken that money. If they say, hey, you won't take this money, it's our money, we will shut down Nigeria, they wouldn't have done it. If they had done the same thing when they shot 57 billion for rice palliatives, which they pocketed, they wouldn't have done it. So each and every one of us, and Toby had paid her own dues. Happy birthday, Aunt Toby. For some of us who are in our 30s, who are in our 40s, the job is us. We need to stand, first of all, within our own areas of influence. People need to ask these questions. The people who are looting this, they are our uncles, they are our brothers. If a political bandit can come into your space and is very, very, very proud to answer Ogbuefi, and he does not see your disdain in your actions, in your attitude towards him, in the way you even dishonor them, they will continue. They are our uncles, they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our fathers. They did not come from the moon. So I will advise us, just like David Honde advised, any youth in Nigeria from the age of 18 to 40 who does not have a political party card is an efulefu. Because let me tell you, we have to change it from inside. Register is, even if it's an APC, register. If in PDP, register. Labour Party, register. You have
Yeah.
to start the opposition from inside the party. During the election, struggle as much as possible, even if it means to pretend. He says it. Pretend, see massive, flow along with them. Get
Yeah.
them to nominate you to be a member of those that will write results for them. And that day
So,
you refuse.
sorry.
Do you?
Dr. Unameka, I want to pause you here first, right?
Okay.
I want to come back to you again after, because I just got like a notification that Auntie Oby will not be here for, so like he's probably might just only be able to take maybe one or two more questions before she leaves. So I pretty much like the submission I'm making. So I want to come back to that submission.
I will leave you. I'll leave you at 11:30. So we've got about 30 minutes.
Okay. That precision is too precise. That 30 minutes, not approximate. So, Dr. Onamika, let me come back to you.
Okay, thank you,
Right?
thank you. Okay.
If maybe
Okay.
you don't have like a specific question, but I'm sure you've made a lot of comments and it's very important. Those comments you made are very important. I'll come back to you. Please remain on the space. When she leaves, when we are making like general commentary, then I'll bring you back into to round up that submission. But let me just quickly go to so guys, you heard it. We have like 12 minutes. In fact, Mom is supposed to be resting by now. Mom is not like you people that can stay awake till like 3 o'clock and still be tweeting. All right, please. I'm just going to go like maybe okay, I don't want to take multiple questions, but I'll go straight to I'll start from AK Priest, then Polonium, then Johnson. Maybe I should take two questions, then Mommy can just make reference to it in like 2 minutes. Then I take two, but she's going to leave here by 11:30. That's precise. All right. AK Priest, quickly.
Good evening, Grandma. I want to thank you for this opportunity for coming. But at the same time, if we look at the system, the people that have failed us are people from your set. I'm sorry about that, but they've messed up because for most of them, they got the best education, free education. They even got job coming in, and this seems to like still be in the government, and they are not willing to leave the government. For instance, now we say culture. The truth is that the culture, who are they? They are still this. But for instance, now, to me, I've given up on about
AK, please,
Nigeria.
are
So
you
I
asking a
feel
question? Like, if it's a submission you want to
I've
make.
given up about Nigeria, and I
Yes,
think
we can only do
no.
questions.
My
AK,
question
please
is that. Sorry, my
hold
question
on,
is that.
Biko. 1 minute for
My
your question.
question is
So
that.
until
So because that's my question.
All right.
lovely
Mommy, let me just
question, my brother.
take
God
like
bless you.
two other questions
Lovely
so that you can
question.
answer them together and maybe. Um, I had my question. In fact, my question is quite simple. You were making reference to it at some. To draw like a comparison, some kind of comparison between the military and what we have now. What we have now is not democracy. The military and what we have now. But maybe you can do that while you're rounding up.
Okay. Well, being Nigeria, thank you for the time and good evening, good afternoon to everyone. I think I'm going to try to be as quick as I can. Dr. Oby Ezekwesili, it's a pleasure having you here. My question is, from your own from your own assessment, what could you identify that is actually the problem with the intellectuals in Nigeria? Because all over the world, we all know the roles intellectuals plays in nations building. Even you talked about Nigeria, we don't have like a common consensus. These are some of the roles all over the world intellectuals actually help in building national consensus. But coming to Nigeria, it's a different thing. In fact, some of the revered personalities we have in Nigeria while growing up, we all see that they are all fraud with the coming of
Yeah.
this current APC administration. So I just wanted to get your intake on that.
Yeah.
What is the problem with intellectuals in Nigeria? Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much. So lastly, I'll take Polonium. I have like a summary of each question. Polonium, go ahead.
Doctor, thank you so much for honoring us and thank you for all you've done for the country. In 2012, you and people like Professor Wole Soyinka, you joined the infamous Occupy Nigeria protest. And in fact, the former governor came out and said, fire me, said that protest was a political, they were playing politics, and one of in your 2016 tweets, May 11th to be precise, you said that the reason for that protest was because of the grand corruption and the fuel subsidy that happened at the time. Since then and now, in fact, when the Goodluck Jonathan government left, Nigeria's economy was the fastest growing in the world as per data from 2015, and first in Africa. And but now the Buhari administration has everything reverse all those data and statistics. Tinubu's administration is doing worse. My question to you is, why are you you're not leading any protests? You're so silent. And what drawbacks, looking back, what lessons have you learned and what advice would you give us? I've listened to the response you gave to CISO, and
All right.
please, well-meaning, please let me just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually cutting you now.
Please help
I've
us
heard your
wrap up. You're
question.
asking a fantastic question, but for the sake of
Yes, I
time,
know.
please help us wrap up. I love your question, but
Yeah,
please help us wrap up.
doctor, what, looking back, what lessons have you learned? Are you going to apologize to Nigerians for giving us Buhari's administration? And what lessons do you want us to
All
take
right.
forward?
All right. Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Polinium. So, Madam Obi, I don't know if you. So basically, 4 questions were asked. I think the first person made reference to. You got it.
I don't bother. I have
Okay.
all of them.
Great. Go ahead.
I wrote them down.
Everything. So fire on,
So
man, please.
so I will start with this last question. First, I think that that speaker owes me an apology for the very incorrect statement of me being part of Occupy Nigeria 2012. I was still vice president of the World Bank, living in Washington D.C. during the Occupy Nigeria protest. So how could you have seen me at Occupy Nigeria 2012? You see, there are so many things around confirmation bias. We have to be careful. So you would be one of those who lie against me by saying things like this. It's incorrect. I was not.
Sorry, ma. Who said that? Who said?
Part
So I
of
want
the
to know who
that
You
who
was
know,
mine.
mentioned it. Which of these?
No, no,
the
no.
person,
Give me.
the
Is
person
that
who asked the
is that
last
Polonium?
question.
Yes. I think maybe it's just a mistake. Go ahead, ma.
No, but I mean,
It's fine. For the sake of
Polonium
time,
needs to
let's
come up
No, but
and
it's not a
apologize. No,
mistake.
Polonium needs
There
to
are
come up.
Osas,
many.
Yeah,
Osas,
yeah. So mom needs
There
to.
are
Osas.
many of
Obi, you can carry on,
there are
and
many of people
Polonium,
like
come up,
him
please, and apologize.
who have
Thank you.
told this lie all the time. They have said it, and it has become truth because they say it. I was VP at the World Bank in Washington D.C. when Occupy Nigeria was going on in 2012. And then when you refer to my May 2016 tweet, I was essentially saying that a lot of the people who, despite knowing the value of deregulating the sector and ensuring that prices are aligned because subsidies are harmful more to the poor than even the rich, did that because they were protesting the poor governance of the petroleum sector. Please, I believe in facts, evidence based, data backed engagement. Don't do this again. A certain gentleman was on national television saying what you said um, some months or thereabouts ago. I think it was one of the anchors on the show that said to him, "But you're wrong. She was not part of it." And he apologized. Don't do things like this. Then you said another thing. Would I apologize to Nigerians for bringing Buhari? Where is that coming from? What do you mean by bringing Buhari? There are some of you who, until you meet your Father in heaven, our Father in heaven, you will continue to equate my saying that children who went to school and were taken away, it was okay for their government to abandon they and their families. No, no, I cannot apologize for standing out there to defend my values that every child in Nigeria is entitled to the response of their governments. My values probably diverge from yours for that reason. Let's live with it. I'm prepared to live with it to my moment when I see my father. But please don't ever imagine that I will apologize for standing for the dignity of life of the children of Chibok, which some of you decided with the support of the same political class that you're angry at, affected. Chibok girls were not politics for me. Chibok girls it was basically a defense of the value on which I was raised. I cannot stand that injustice being and that injustice being would have every reason to actually be ashamed of myself. But I would have happened. People decided that it was okay to play politics with the lives of children who went to get an education. For me, a former minister of education, that was a sacrilege that I would not stand. And many of you, some of what your conjectures are is, oh, but she was in government with this person, she was in government with that person, and they were friends, educated now. That my being in government, my being friends with anybody has never affected where I stand on the matter of values. So, sorry, you get no apology for lying against under the leadership of David. Even the members of those families that had gone to war with him while they left the home front open for the abduction of their entire community. They threw stones at David. Why? They were brokenhearted that their leader had not taken care and responsibility for their children and their wives that they left at home in order to go to war. Biblically, this happened. And guess what David did? He went to God and said, how do I do this? What do I do? He didn't sit back and say, oh, they are doing all of this because of that. The people he thought about were the victims. You people are victimizing the victims. Chibok girls were victims. Their parents were victims. Has it ever occurred to you that that's what happened? It doesn't matter because of your politics? Well, I'm not in that kind of politics with you. So, my dear, search for your apology elsewhere. Definitely not from me. Now, to the question on intellectuals in Nigeria, what really is the problem? Well, I think that you you may have not listened to this concept of political culture. The political culture that grew out of our own variant of democracy is one that has, created consensus, but of a perverse kind. So even the intellectuals in Nigeria have a consensus, but it's a perverse consensus. It's a consensus where public office confers people the authority to subordinate the collective and common good to personal interests without consequence. So the culture of impunity that exists has also permeated the intelligentsia of our country. And for the ones who are not part of the cooptation that happens in the emergence of political culture of the kind that I keep talking about, for those ones, there is a culture of indifference. The middle class of Africa, I have now come to conclude, represent the indifferent, lethargic, very detached a group. Why are they so? They are so because they sort of look at themselves and they say, well, I've made it. So if any other person really tries hard enough, they can make it. And so they investing in questioning a system that has stopped enabling social and economic mobility is something they believe will be will stand in the way of their own lives, which are now made. And so the thinking is to abandon those who are where they are. They will find their way. So middle class indifference uh, got us to where we are, where we cannot get the consensus that you're talking about. And in this indifference, the saying of Plato comes to life. He said that those who think that politics is beneath them will ultimately be ruled by their inferiors. And so the so-called intellectuals are caught in that trap now, where their inferiors are ruling them. And what they thought would not happen to them is gradually coming to them, because I'm seeing middle class families talk about the price of food. The middle class were never people that worried about the price of food. The price of food was never their problem. But you see, that which you ignore ultimately comes. And that's the problem. So what then is the solution? I told you that the fact that those of you with the level of political literacy that I have seen demonstrated in your engagement on the matter of politics and governance, you are emerging a consensus already. And that's why I'm saying to you, don't lose it. Many of you are not from the same part of the country, despite the desire and the determination of those that oppose your stance to pretend that that is so. There's been a deliberate maligning of your movement to make it a regional movement. But I see many of you that are not from the region of the candidate that from whom you derived the name of your movement. You are being driven by this common aspiration. You already imagine and building a consensus. Don't beat yourself too hard like it doesn't matter. What you're doing matters a lot. This is the necessary first step in the building of and the emergence of that consensus of which you spoke about. So I would say do more, uh, connect more, collaborate more, build more scale, be more anchored on evidence, on facts. Don't get into inanities. Don't be dragged into the most superfluous of issues. That don't get distracted. There is a nation to be built, and you have already started. Please don't ever undervalue what you've been doing. You did not walk away. The Nigerian political class has a mental conception of the Nigerian people as being cowards who will walk away. Now, to the question on revolution, hey, your intellectual revolution is the beginning of any other revolution. As a matter of fact, your intellectual revolution connects with your revolution where you have a, your pointers of engagement. Can you imagine a situation where you actually generate enough momentum to to demand for a meeting with the National Assembly in a way that there is a strong collective arrangement around that? And you're saying we hold you down because we must have this meeting and this discussion of what the Nigerian people demand of its representatives. So intellectual revolution leads to revolution on the ground, but in a way that is constructive. It is doable. You can't abdicate that responsibility and keep saying, oh, your generation did, your generation did. Yes, I agree. I already said it, that the dismal condition of the country is a reflection of the fact that we did not sufficiently, even those that did. I can rattle for you the things that I was responsible for and what came out of the things I was responsible for. And I would probably send you a pager that would show you that. But was that sufficient? It wasn't. So I can't glory in that. We don't have a nation. So no matter what you did, it pales in significance. So I need you to understand that you can't abdicate this. Every generation would have to take responsibility for where it finds the country. And on the question of military versus democracy, and you put it in a very interesting way, where if you played the movie of the country in reverse, you would think that the country is developing. I always put it as our past being more beautiful than our present. It's a terrible situation. It's tragedy for us to always glory in the past. It's not a good thing. But we have seen in the analysis of growth and the analysis on GDP per capita increase, and even in terms of indicators of human development, that the military achieved less than democracy. It's actually the last uh, uh, almost 10 years of poor economic policy choices that took the country down. That we already had an emerging consensus around the levers of what makes for good management of economy, the decisive role of the private sector that is enabled by an environment that is not uh, what do you call it, punishing of enterprise to grow the private sector. We saw it. We saw it in that average of 6 to 7% economic growth that the country registered. The macroeconomic stability that that happened after military rule and the government that followed the military rule. So we now know these things. These things can happen again. We need a reset, is my concluding point to you again. And it's a political reset because politics trumps all, pun intended. Politics trumps all. Politics trumps the economy, it trumps human development, it trumps families, it trumps individual citizens, it trumps the social cohesion of our society, the divisions that politics created in our society. It's unbelievable. It trumps all. We must fix politics. We have to fix politics. And I've proved to you that this political class has no incentive to fix it. They are the monopoly beneficiaries of the distortion of our politics. So, where is the incentive? A monopolist has no incentive to give you value, has no incentive to give you cost effectiveness. So you don't get value, you don't get pricing benefit or cost benefit. You don't also get any gains of innovation. Because even if the monopolist decided out of his way to engage in any innovation for efficiencies, they would keep the gains of efficiencies to themselves. It's just the way it is. That's exactly what you see with monopoly democracy. There's no incentive on the side of the political class. There's no incentive on the part of the regulatory system because they are co-opted into the pockets of the political class, or where they are not, they are ineffective or ineffectual. So the citizens, whether you like it or not, if you like, just be angry at it, but
citizens own democracies. In fact, the United States, the Americans are discovering that what has ruined the American democracy to the point where it is now a divided society is that the citizens abandoned their engagement with democracy and left it in the hands of their politicians. And now they also have a crisis of legitimacy of democracy. Citizens must be at the center of democracy, of fixing the distortion we have. And it starts with those of you in this group of uh, very enlightened people, educated, can follow the issues, can calmly engage in a strategic way. You don't need the name calling, you don't need the insults, you don't need, you can insult person by his superior argument. You can insult a person with your superior argument so you can engage the issues. That's what I plead that you do.
Auntie Obi, because when we see that part, we in the obedient movement, we have crossed that engaging with them on an intellectual one-on-one. Oh, because so don't be annoyed if you will see some things on the timeline following all of us. We tried, it didn't work. So where we are now, we are in the era of violence, boost, and return fire. I
You can you, you
understand.
can you can use the you can use your very strong
I understand you, but understand us. We are in dire times. We will call them devil worshippers. We go all out. So please understand that times have changed, and I love everything you have said. And this is the home of facts and figures, which she has also defended herself today. Yes, on that account, on anything that pays you that the government does, you should go out and democratic. For some other people, it could be the middle belt. For some of us, it could be how and just the wasting of the national revenue and reserve. I totally understand and I support all of this. Thank you so much, ma'am. You were saying that you had to run off at
Yeah,
Caesar,
11:30. You've done way
sorry,
more.
Caesar, before you proceed, the young man would like to apologize, and I think it's only right for him to do that with his own mouth.
Oh yes, he
Oh
must do
yeah,
that.
so
This is the home of facts and figures, and
please
if he was found
let him
wanting,
do
he
that
must say
directly
so.
to her, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Doctor, my full apologies. Like Caesar N6 has said, I don't know why Google search keeps bringing your name and linking it up, but then if you dive deep into those articles, there's no mention of you being at that venue. So please, with all due respect to yourself, and you know that we respect you, I apologize. Those earlier comments were not based on fact, but some level of assumption, which clearly after I've dived deep, I've read some of the articles while you were speaking to us here,
yeah,
and I realized that you were not directly involved. I just don't know why they just keep linking you to it. But then maybe
yeah.
because of the tweets that you made. So my
It's
apologies.
because when they quote people like you, they quote people like you.
Uh,
That's what the internet
Anyway,
does.
It's
my
propaganda
apologies,
too.
doctor. My apologies. Thank you for the insights you have
It's
given
okay.
to us. And,
All is
I,
well
I
that
mean,
ends
I
well.
think
It's
it
okay.
was a very good
highly
opportunity to
respected.
also um, so
I saw it too, but I decided that
Mommy, also,
it
mommy,
was.
you can just stay to 12 now. People are still plenty that still want to talk to you. You can just sacrifice for us this one, no?
At least General Oluchi, please,
Yeah.
1 minute.
So,
General
so
A
mom, one of
Field
your daughter
Marshal
is
Mommy
here.
is in
You
the
have mentioned
building.
her name on this space.
All
So
right. I would listen to General Oluchi anytime, any day. She's an amazing young
A
woman.
Field
Hello,
Marshal.
ma. Good evening, ma. Good evening. Good evening. I'm so glad to be here. I've been listening to you. I've been listening. I got carried away that I did not want to even request for the mic until Jimmy said, "Hey, you need to ask that question you're asking me in the DM. Go on and ask it."
Now me talk to me, you come up, boy. I know if you do that one
Because
for you.
I was asking him, I was like, it would be a good idea to. Actually, he's like, well, go ahead and ask. Don't sit there asking me. So here I am. It's been a pleasure listening to you, ma'am. I've learned a lot, and I've had time to reflect through a lot of things you've said, and I'm glad you're here to correct a lot of misconception, correct a lot of misinformation floating around. Hopefully, when we leave here today, we will have a different understanding of your position throughout the period you were in government and even as of today. Now, I won't waste your time. I know you're in a hurry. I wanted to pick your brain a little on a project that I just started just a few days ago.
Mm,
It's called Operation Rescue Nigeria. I don't know if you've had time to look at it. It started online on Twitter. And so far, we've been making little progress, not a lot, just little progress with a few people here and there committed to passing this message. And the whole
mm,
background of this movement is simply to sensitize the public because there's a lot of misinformation floating around in the grassroots. Just like even what's happening here, you can imagine if someone had come up here and accused you of bringing Buhari, you can imagine how bad it is out there, for example, right?
mm,
Practically everyone thinks that's what you did. So there's a gap in knowledge, which is information is going, but it's not coming out. It's not exchanging. People are only absorbing. They are absorbing what the
mm,
mainstream media is feeding them, but they do not have the
mm,
opportunity to chat about it. They don't have the opportunity to compare notes and research and figure out if the information they are getting is actually true. I'll just say one thing
mm,
quickly. There was a time over the weekend, someone posted a video of them going out to talk to an elderly man in the community about Operation Rescue Nigeria. And the question the man asked, after looking at a list of all the expenses the government has been making since this, since last year, the man looked at the woman and
mm,
asked, "How did you get this information?" Right? It was a simple question,
mm,
but it hit me. I realized, like,
mm,
okay,
mm,
there's a problem here. If an average Nigerian does not even know that such an information is available to the public, then it's going to be difficult to convince them that their problem, the reason why they can no longer buy the tomatoes that they used to buy in a basket for like 500 naira, 300 naira, is coming from that same place, right? So my own plan is to ensure that information, that I believe that once you know, you cannot unknow. Once you learn, you can't forget what you've learned. And it's up to you to do with that knowledge however you see fit. So my question to you is, how do we ensure that this movement carries on further in the ground? Because there's a decline in response from people. It seems like people are becoming more hopeless. The more the poverty,
mm,
the less
mhm,
responsive, the less
mm,
willing to battle it out or to even argue. It seems like people have given up, basically, right? People no longer care. They just don't want, they don't even want anyone to tell them anything. So how do we
mhm,
continue to let them know that even amidst the hunger, there's still something they can do? And I'm in the diaspora. I haven't been to Nigeria in a couple of years, and I'm still thinking
mm.
every day. I'm thinking, how can I use the media
Yeah,
at my advantage? What can I do from my corner? So the idea of
yeah.
writing this letter to my fellow Nigerians came to me, and all I
Mhm,
needed were
mhm,
people on the ground to pass it around and let them read. Those who can read and at least understand
mhm,
what's happening and why they are needed to demand accountability from the government. So what do you have to say with
mhm.
all this? I'm sorry I made it too long.
No, no, that's okay. So first, it's a brilliant idea to have this groundswell of engagement of the people who are so caught up in the everyday chores of life. They are just basically trying to keep body and soul together, and so any other thing you say is a distraction for them.
And yet, without their political literacy, it's harder to even get them in a direction where they are engaging the Nigerian state in constructive manner of demanding accountability. But Oluchi, the thing that I found out in the research is that we often, the middle class arrogance would have us say to the people at the bottom of the pyramid who trade on their votes. You're selling your vote. You're giving up your 4 years of your life for a loaf of bread, for 2,000 naira. Well, my research showed that the reason that 2,000 naira is attractive is that they are at a level of household income where 2,000 naira is statistically significant. So their productivity level is so low that an additional 1,000 can sway their decision. So you can assume their decision to stay away from engaging government for accountability, or to stay away from voting for who you consider to be the right candidate. You can look at it and say, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Because they collected little money, and you disdain them for it. It is amoral, but guess what? It is actually rational. It is a rational decision, because nothing in their past and nothing they see of the future connects them to a reality where those people you're asking them to vote for would change anything about their lives. So they change their own lives on that day of the election by collecting the 2,000. At least that's what they can see and front load into their life and circumstance at that time. So we are really in serious trouble with the people at the bottom of the pyramid, because the same political class has impoverished that segment of society. In that my research, it says we need to, actually think of the um, off election cycle engagement that is double barreled. It is economic empowerment as well as political literacy. So you would say to yourself, how do we economically empower people when that is the role of government? And my research said maybe by taking segments of them. For example, if you took my research actually looked at the Akara women, the women who sell Akara across the streets. It says if you use technology to find all of them, and through technology, they create a community of women who sell Akara, say in Abuja. And you then you have this community that has a buying power different from each of them that would go and take a module, I think that's what they call it, of beans. They suddenly have the power of scale. The economic scale that they have crashes the cost of beans. It crashes the cost of oil. It crashes many other inputs. And then it brings them into a place where they have structure on the basis of which to access finance. It then takes them to a place where we can actually connect them to a private sector, like the places, organizations that require some level of advertisement. If they even provided a place, so that corner shop, that corner space where they do their akara, if it is modeled in a way that it is an advert zone in a structure that exists there, they also are getting additional revenue. When with reduced cost, you have these Akara women sellers suddenly earning more than the 2,000 that they would get on election date on a daily basis. you change the economic power, and then you're not just changing their economic power, you're also providing them the kind of literacy you're doing on the ground. The two must go together. It therefore says that even a number of the things that we do right now and call economic empowerment, we have to think of them slightly differently because we can achieve a lot. We can think of some of the diaspora remittances that come in from a perspective of how does it design an economic and political literacy bundled program for these kinds of people. I don't know if you see the sense in the way that I'm engaging your thought already.
Yes, I do, man.
All right. I'm going to just emphasize what you said. They said double barrel
Thank
approach.
you. One minute,
Yes.
wait now. Let me thank her for this wealth of what's wrong with you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing with us. This I really appreciate the response. And I guess we'll continue to do what we have to do from our corners. I don't know how long it's
Yeah,
gonna take, but
yeah. Yeah, and you're one of the people in the diaspora that we hope we can attract to the fixed politics diaspora
yes, I got the
community.
email and I acknowledged it. I'm just waiting for a response. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you for the invitation.
Excellent. And, and for many of you that have been listening, I think I would urge you to please visit the sppg.org, the sppg.org. That is thespppg.org. Because in the analysis, we found that one of the ways to begin to correct the political distortion is to have another pipeline that produces a different kind of political class into your political system. But you cannot have solitary engagement where one or two people enter and then they are swallowed by the culture. You have to produce at scale. So many of you that are talking, if you should enter office today, we would be looking for you. You'll be gone. You'll be gone. You would be the exact replica of what you disdain and dislike. So there is a preparation that is necessary. And that's what the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance is doing. We're raising people like you, professionals who are pivoting and saying, I don't want to just stay and be angry every day about this situation. I'm going to learn statecraft. So you have to go through 140 topics, courses to graduate from the school. You learn economics, economic policy, industrial policy, climate change, security. It is based a pedagogical structure for designing our curriculum. It's such that we are basically producing the people that we can vote for. If they should say to me that any of the graduates of my school is running for office in a place where I am, I know that we have put enough knowledge, enough skills, and we have also put the orientation in terms of the knowledge of what it means to be a character-based leader, value-based, ethically a strong leader in them. And so I can vote for them because they tick those boxes of character, competence, and capacity. Please check out the school and see whether it is of any interest to you because you've got to prepare yourselves.
All right.
Preparation is important. Don't waste the moment.
All right.
Thank you
Thank you very
very
much,
much. I've enjoyed engaging with you all. Thank you. It's now
Yeah.
12:03. I shall not stay one more minute.
Yeah.
I thank you and I bless you in the name of the Lord. God
Thank you
bless you
very
all.
much. I
Bye
was going
bye.
to say I was not going to allow you to speak more than this, but I know. While you're still listening, let's just quickly, personally, I just want to appreciate you for coming. Coming today, you gave a lot. I feel like this space is one of those spaces that people should go and play over and over again. In just your last submission, you mentioned 2 points, which I think this space again. Thank you very much. I don't know, Saddam, you want to quickly thank mommy
Sa-
before The daughter,
Saddam,
the PM, finish me.
Saddam,
Obi mommy.
sorry, Saddam. Zariyi Yusuf said that most of those we have today in elective offices are not political elite. I never ever call them elite. There is no definition of elite that fits what we have. So that's why I leave it at political class. Thank you, Saddam.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. It's been an amazing time with you on the platform. I hope we'll get to spend more time with you probably in the future as we see as the progress of the nation goes on. Thank you so much for coming out here. I think we have enough sound bites as Nigerians, as young Nigerians, to take back home, digest, and play to our people. Thank you so much for the wealth of experience. Thank you for bringing out yourself to sacrifice in times like this to serve this country. You know, many people don't understand what service is. This is one platform that we can always say Nigerians of all walks of lives, all gender, tribes. Um, we just come out here every Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we talk about the Nigerian issue. We drive home points. We have people out of this group that go on to do hard work offline. We just do what we can because we know that, honestly speaking, to fix this country, we have to do it ourselves. So thank you so much, man. You can exit the room right now, but the conversation is going to continue after you've gone. Probably you can stay back and you can be listening. Um,
So I'm going. Bye
okay,
bye.
Robbie, thank you so much. God bless you,
you.
man. God bless
Thank
you. Thank
you.
you.
Right
Thank
then.
you very much,
Thank you.
man.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Thank you to the audience. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Bye
you very
bye.
much,
Bye. God bless.
Obi. I mean, like
Bye,
you can,
ma'am. God bless you.
like Saddam was saying.
I, I want talk something. I want talk something.
Oh, yeah, talk
I
now.
want talk something. Until Obi don't come out. I want talk something. First of all, and people, devil worshippers supported him to enter that place. That is one. Two, the day the Nigerian politics will mature enough that we'll start talking about a female president. I give it 10 years from now. For one more cycle, but God forbid. But anyway, why I'm saying this is that when the Oby Ezekwesilis, the Okonjo Iwealas will come out to run. One, that is the time that Akpabio will come out and tell you minority has not ruled this country. I know where they talk this thing now. These people will try and enter government without doing. I have this thing now. I want to ask Agbado people if in 2027 Tinubu does not do any media rounds, would you still vote for him? Because you voted for him for that where he did that nonsense last year.
You see,
So you get what I talk with you I talk.
is
You are seeing a government official, a former minister, where World Bank vice president, we don't owe us anything. She take her time, talk say na 11:30 she won't go. She still there read 12. When time for her to run for government now, una go they vote people where they share palliative, where they share 10,000 naira to market women as the biggest concept they have. God help this country. God help
you
us.
see
God
you,
help us. God
you
help
see
Nigeria.
another thing for me is that they love coming to this place. They will come and they will be listening. What do people listen to? You love conversations like this, but you elect people or you select people that will never allow you to have conversations like this. You cannot come out and say,
One APC minister
no,
never do
God
space. So
bless.
Ajuri no get
That's what I just
space.
wanted to say right
But
now.
Tijani no get space. No space. Tinubu never do space. Shatima no get space. No AP Sonwolu no get space. Eleyo of Ogun State, he no get space. Yahaya Bello never did space. His new one, Plantain Ododo, has not done space. Nobody in APC is talking to anybody in APC. There is no APC minister that is doing space. The APC minister that is youth copper, that is carrying Hermes bag today, she will not do space. They are copper minister.
Let's forget space.
The minister for power that is using power bank, we will not hold space. But every Tuesday and Thursday,
please
violent space, they bring person.
take away space.
Mona they see
No, no say space. More no say space. Let's say space is limited. Radio interview, TV interview, one-on-one chat with your people, town halls, a town hall different from.
They don't even go
They
to
don't do
TVC.
none
Now
of those
TVC people
nonsense.
go just the lamba, clown to clown conversation.
And you will see these people.
No town
God have
hall,
mercy. I mean,
no
let's
town
allow
hall,
people.
no ballad blue, no colloquium, no colloquium. Saddam, I know why they shout this thing, why they shout. Okay.
Hey, no, but you know why NCC, at the end of this whole stuff, you know why I don't get worried, right? It's because I know that they are in the minority. So that's why I don't allow they are the loud minority. That they make noise and shout. It's just that they know how to shout. And children of the roasted corn that is what they are meant to do. You understand? So you see one of them that went on a very bigoted tweet, put out a very bigoted tweet yesterday. Go and see the replies under her tweet. So I don't like amplifying these people because they are the loud minority. When you amplify them, it looks like they are the majority. Like what they say makes sense. These people are did you see any
They are a
celebration?
minority, Saddam. But sadly, we have a country that also has an uninformed
Yeah.
majority. Who this wicked
True.
minority put weaponized poverty with. So now see the mathematics, there is an informed minority, us, because make we self just be humble and call ourselves a minority, Abi. So informed minority, us. On a evil minority, them. Uninformed minority, majority. Then we now have a process where to get our country, we need majority votes in a man-made nonsense called democracy, right? The problem now be say these devil worshippers that are in the minority, is easier for them to sell their satanic ideology to the illiterate majority. We now, we that are also an educated minority, we're also struggling to diffuse that knowledge in the illiterate majority. See what General Lucci said now, that a young man came up here and really, he was firing Antiobi. Now, why I tell her, say, hold on, because I'd already gone on Google and knew that Antiobi was not involved in Occupy Nigeria before I made my first statement. So when he said, I said, okay, let me see how she will defend herself, which she did brilliantly. But now, one day, would you agree with me that there's an uninformed, poverty, illiterate majority that still thinks that she's involved in Occupy Nigeria? We are a minority of 1,600 people with data. Now only we hear them today say she know they involved. True or false? We must be humble. So is that uninformed, illiterate, poverty majority that we must involve in the game to get the what will work for everybody, and then these devil worshippers can go back to their abyss like the cockroaches that they are. If not, it is Georgia with them. That's how bad Nigeria has gotten. Devil worshippers are in the cathedral dragging the position of the Pope with the regular people.
I know
That's where
I
we
know
are.
what is vexing you. Now, the thought of their existence, even though you know they are very minor, they are not many. The, the thought of their existence
The
is very
guts,
annoying.
the guts for them to be in public.
It can be
The
very
guts
annoying.
for them to be in public. I have no problem with the occult in darkness, but the guts of them to be in governance, the sheer guts of them to take over the state, the absolute guts. America did not even allow John Gotti to do that, even though he took over Chicago. Colombia, in their illiteracy, did not even allow Pablo Escobar do it. The absolute guts of Nasiru El Rufai to have even been governor for 8 years, stolen that state to oblivion, and come out and try to use propaganda to place himself as Peter Obi's VP just to see if we could. The guts of these devil worshippers to actually be in sunlight. Vampires in sunlight. We must nip it in the bud. They must. I have no problem with them in the darkness, but the guts of them to be dragging sunlight with children of God is what we must disinfect in this country. Ah,
All right.
I
Thank you
yield.
very much, NC. I mean, okay, guys. I mean, this is like way out beyond our, our normal time. So, but I mean, we had Dr. Oby Ezekwesili. Thanks to her. I don't know if she's still listening somewhere, but thanks to her. Like, I mean, I was just thinking in my head. In my head, I was just thinking like, this was a former World Bank vice president. I swear, I don't lie now. If we even do World Bank accountant, I'm not sure. Say,
Where in Nigeria? Name one minister in Tinubu's cabinet that has a portfolio. One.
you know, the truth is that
You want
I
kid
said
them? You want
Nigerians
kid
like,
them?
because the truth is that
APC has to die. APC must die, I swear.
Jesus Christ.
man, it's. I mean, that was. I mean, kudos to her, and I like because personally,
If you don't get EFCC case, Tinubu no go select you. If you check your name, you don't get EFCC behind you, he no go select you.
but that's
You must
now
get
what you go tell you
EFCC
be
or
that now. What you want to tell you? So I mean, it's quite unfortunate. You know, I was just listening to and personally, I like detail people that are detail oriented, people that are vigorous, like and she embodied that. So big commendation. So we're just going to take reaction comments. Um, Now this is 12:15. To be honest, I want to close this space by 12:30. But I mean, we'll try. So, if it's possible for you to do this in 1 minute, just sharp comments and we move on. No need for like lengthy submissions. We can do that on Thursday. But just as quick as possible. Comments here and there, punch points, and we go on. All right, I'm going to start from Mr. Steve. Actually, Mr. Steve actually came up, so I was hoping we'd be able to ask his question, but a lot of time was not there. Mr. Steve, I don't know if you had to go ahead.
Well, meaning you do well, oh. You do well. Now you see me, Abby. Okay.
Egwatuo.
No wahala, no wahala. We rig election. No worry. We did together. Now where I see make I talk to my one of my role models. You know, agree. Okay. She will hear. Thank you so much. Sadam, man. This is good. Please, we need more of this, I beg. I actually personally I be dey struggle with the coming online again. You imagine that for me, we be an online animal. But I saw the flyer. I said, no, I can't pass on this. I was going to ask her. She mentioned the educated elite, conniving and all that. I was going to ask her about the religious class.
One that elite from today we don't comot am
Eh,
from the dictionary of the average Nigerian. Please,
okay,
political rascals, politicians, anything you want call them, call them. But you see that elite,
okay.
it is hereby banned
Let's just call it
from using. God
the
bless you as you
educated
comply.
gang. The educated gang.
God bless you as you comply.
Yes, I was going to ask her about. I haven't spoken about the educated gangs, those that rig elections. They always find a way of putting VCs as returning officer, and they wear these their expired suits, rigging elections and making sure our democracy was in spite of their education. So she mentioned. I wanted to touch on the religious connivance, but she also talked about the middle class. Some people are in that class, and I could see where she was coming from. So I was going to ask her opinion on the connivance of the religious class, which I suspect what she could have said. But where the meat hits the bone is what she answered last, which was telling about educating the next political leaders. Some of us know I did go on ground to join politics, and what I saw was a lot shocking. I was going to ask her about that experience and her experience running in 2019, about the level of prohibitive costs of running an election, where the moment you come down from the bus or plane, you spend money until you run away if you if you choose to run away before they take your cap. I was going to ask her, how do you bring the right people in if it's that prohibitive? Particularly for young people on this space and those that have been engaged in Nigeria, you're tired of complaining. You want to go to your local area and start politics. In on the ground, it's really about how much do you have. When you come, they say, welcome, you don't bring money, come. Every meeting, you sit down, you are going to entertain people. It's just so how do you translate the ideas we have? We get a lot of information on these platforms and other platforms. When you go on ground, you are like someone that came from the moon. These people cannot relate to why their road is bad, why they have no electricity. They blame it on God or juju. You are like an alien. So when you have that level of exposure and knowledge, but you don't have the finance, they won't listen to you. So she talks on it. I was going to ask her, but I would definitely go onto our website, which I recommend for most people on this page. My last thing I would say, because of time, is to really employ all of us that are this passionate, because you clearly are passionate for you to be here. Find ways to get involved locally in your politics. It is a it is carnage when you go on ground. You see people that have not entered the four walls of any school. They are the leader of thousands of people, and they only take instruction from one person who gives instruction who doesn't know about the instruction. So we need people that are able to actually get involved. Go for party ward meetings. Get your party card. Get involved, because Nigeria is not going to change if we continue to pontificate. I've seen that. I was going to ask her, but she kind of touched it. I really enjoyed this place. I will listen to I was in several meetings, so I will go and listen to the recording again. So thank you, Saddam, and everyone on the
All
team.
right.
This is amazing. We need more. We need more people like this, Saddam. Go find and come. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Steve. When you were asking, said I was going to ask her, I was going to ask her. I wanted.
That we have Peter Obi literally every month. So talk about we need more people like this. Who do you want us to
Let me
interview?
let me bust
Jesus? What?
let me bust your bubble. Somebody came to my DM after we announced this. I'm not going to reveal the person. And the person was like, and the person sick, and you're asking me now. And I sent it to someone. The person was like, please, let's have more of this. Can we invite after? Can we bring in Okonjo? I was like, bro, calm down, calm down. Which one?
We'll bring in Jesus. Someone will be like, yes, let's bring in
I'm like,
Buddha to get the Asian side of this religious argument.
bro,
More
calm
of
down.
this.
Okonjo.
What?
I was like,
My
Okonjo
God.
is still the president of World Trade Organization. How can she? How would you expect she came to Vawulence face? I mean, but it's not possible. It's not impossible, right?
My brother will bring Okonjo Iweala one day by God's grace. They will ask for Elon Musk. Nigerians don't
Anyway,
stop.
I mean,
Someone asked for
I love
Okonjo.
it.
Did you say someone asked for Okonjo?
yes, now Okonjo, you see,
Now, like three people,
Like
three
Senator,
people did my
like
DM
Senator
like
call
this.
Auntie Ramota.
Okonjo call Fatai running zone me. Why go no go carry go
Obasanjo, person say make I go bring
Obasanjo
Obasanjo.
Okonjo
Obasanjo.
anyway.
Okonjo wella. Back
So
to you,
okay,
Jerry.
now 1 minute I've been talking before, but I don't know how many they had. Please, I depend on I go that I beg. I don't depend on for 1 minute. I beg. All right, quickly. I'm going to go to. Okay, I know. Mommy B was. Mommy B, just quickly go ahead. After Mommy B, I'm going to go straight to Rita. Let's take ladies who know a lady for a long time. Then I'll come to the obedient sharp lady.
See, catch me. I thought you were going to bypass me again. I'm like, my arms are hurting from holding it up. No, I mean, it's like, it's wonderful listening to her. I have heard her speak on a number of occasions, but I come away with this sense of gloom and doom, because I'm like, where we want to enter this matter. Because she said, "Oh, our religious leaders, it has a different way of doing it. This they have to do this and what have you." And I'm like, diplomats, they work again. I mean, I love that N6. I said that I was holding her feet to the fire, because I'm really perplexed as to how we move, this forward, right? Because even me, I know even talk. My mom, that is fully educated, right? That spent her youth in the UK. I sent her some of these some of the information about how much they was, or how much of our money they're squandering. Momsy to ask me, where you get that one? She was like, what's the source? I said, but mom, if they come on to NTA and they tell you that the World Bank has just given $750 billion, for every Nigerian will get a cut of it, you will say, it's true. I was like, in fact, right. So those are the educated ones that you would think they have access to information. My mom can tell you what is happening in Ukraine or in Gaza, but not in Nigeria, right? And yes, she's of the older generation, but even them now with their WhatsApp groups, you would think that the things that they get to hear about and get to see, right, is propaganda, and it worries me. So while I was listening listening to her, and I was amazed, as I always am, at her knowledge. But at the same time, between when she taught every suggestion, you then look at the Nigerian situation and you go, hey, how will this work? How are we going to do this? We cannot even agree that people are starving in Nigeria. That's how bad, with the country is fragmented. But it was lovely hearing from her. I'd love to hear her speak
Yeah.
again. And that's about it. I saw your hand. I was rounding up 1 million.
No,
I
Obi.
yield.
Obi. Hey, this one a typical time waits for no man. Anyway, quickly, I'm going to go straight to. Meanwhile, I agree with you.
Sorry,
That
1 minute.
yeah,
One
you
one
guys.
seconds, please, before you go ahead. Let me just say, thank you, Polonium. God bless you for coming up to apologize. I mean, if you didn't come up to apologize, nothing would have happened. But it would be a stain on Vawulence piece that she would lied on or lied at. So God bless you for that. I really respect you for that. Thank you. Back
Yeah,
to you.
that's very commendable, to be honest. And that the apology was unreserved. And thank you very much, Polonium. All right, quickly, I'm going to go straight to.
No, but make I change something. I beg it will not be a state of violence, but it will stay on him. Which kind of violence, basically? Everybody can talk, you talk of your name or your behalf. Which time is your state of violence?
Oh,
It will stay on him.
But hold on, you don't hear her come on space before.
no,
It,
no,
no,
the Saddam, what Jimmy says that, if she wants to make reference to you, say, that's how I was on violence space the other day. So,
okay.
Exactly my point.
yeah.
Thank you,
Any,
my brother. Thank you.
Jimmy, I was about to say, what you eat don't make me shit.
is it?
Sorry, Osas. Sorry, Osas. I stand corrected, Osas.
Oh, wait. All right, quickly. Rita, please go ahead. 1 minute. I don't know what this 1 minute is. Like, say the long.
All right, thank you very much. Greetings, everybody. Us as Jimmy, greetings specially. Okay. I want to say, Sarah, stop that. I know they look now big. I want to say a very big thank you to Mam Obi for coming to our space, and fellow Nigerians. To be very honest, Nigerians are suffering right now. Urgent solutions. Now we need right now. Nigerians are dying. Nigerians are going through a lot. I've been eating tomato for the past 30 years. All of a sudden, they won't force me to chop cucumber. Say na tomato inside stew wey dey fry. I no understand. As in my health sef, I no even reason am. Do you get? Simply because a man was given a mandate that is obviously bigger than him. He knows not what to do
It's
with
more hygienic. It's
make
more hygienic,
make
please.
it's more hygienic call. Hygienic name. As in
Rita, cucumber de alara your skin go dey glow. Cucumber.
don't finish my time. Oh, as in the last the was told to the last cucumber I ever. As I no want chewam, I no want chewam, I didn't have to throw it away. Till today, I've not eaten cucumber. Imagine say your hand can't go for that kind of one. Take and cook stew when you don't buy chicken of how much.
Yep.
Think more. I don't even want to think about it. So please, what I came up here to really say is
Oh, you've not
why
said what you came up here to really say.
why we wait for one of the use my time since why we wait for the what General Olushi is doing and some other persons like those fat flyers that on this space. This is violent space. We have over 1,000 of us here, and I know there are a lot of persons listening on YouTube, the Facebook, so many other mediums. We have a wider coverage. Can we
Okay.
just agree on something here that maybe like tomorrow morning or next tomorrow morning we can just get it as in on your own, get a placard, just write something and as state of the nation. Let's upload them as in let's just get something outside the
All right.
hashtag we do
All
as with the hashtag we dey post those things then too at least let the world know that we are no
right.
longer sitting down and taking things the way it used to be.
All right.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much, Rita. Rita just
Sorry,
initiated.
Rita.
Go ahead.
Rita, I want to ask you one question. Sorry. Do you have your Operation Rescue Nigeria group?
Hey, what?
Do you have Operation Rescue Nigeria group? Sorry, I put you on the spot, please. Do you?
Operation Rescue Nigeria what?
Group.
No, I don't.
You can't open one, and you see that people are already working. Join up is not too late, or join the boot on ground. They are one of the
No, the
conveners
boots on
is
the
up
ground will
here.
be fine. The boots on the ground will be fine for me. I would
So
like that.
it
All
doesn't
right.
end on Twitter talk.
I would like that here. Boots on the
Let me
ground.
go.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Vita. But I mean, just to add to what Vita was trying to say, tomorrow is actually, or rather today, is June 12th. Um, Again, I would invite you to make sure that you take out the opportunity to speak your mind to power. It's very relevant. Let's not allow them wash it the way they want to put it, and it makes some people sound like heroes when they are not. All right, quickly, I'm going to go straight to Joe Obedient. Joe Obedient, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, yeah, 1 minute.
As you don't short my time now, man, not talk too much. Violence face now do well. Una the challenge and whether they get anybody when get the portfolio. I beg anybody if you speak for EPC like this woman, at least half of her. My take home was actually what Mr. Obianeri said. Now we need to actually sacrifice and start shaming these people around us. You can't have somebody you are calling Odogo in your family and you know he's one of them and you are quiet about it. See, if children they house and one of the pikin, at least for those that are above 30, 35 and grow up with not Gen Z parents, if you come house with football will not be your own, you carry them go back to school. If you come house, you make money will not be your own. You go explain them. If you not fit explain them, you go return them, you go back, take it back to where you're coming from, or they'll carry you go back to the place, embarrass you. And it's what actually molded a lot of us. So we have maybe that's what we have to take since we are doing all battle on all fronts. Now the next one we go. We will push religious leaders. I wanted to speak about what she spoke, but my push them for another day. I beg, make we try as much as possible. If you're an authority in any family, in any circle, put a little bit of shame around politicians that are around you because they are our problems. Thank you very much. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Obedient. That was straight. I beg. That's very necessary. What Obedient just said is very necessary. All right, quickly, I'm going to go straight to Dr. Aiken, and then I'll come to Mr. Elvis. Ari, not Maguire. I see you. I'll come to you after that.
Okay. Well, many thank you. Good evening, everybody. Saddam, good evening. It was nice listening to Dr. Obi again. It felt like when she was in government, I remember sitting by the TV just to listen to intelligent people speak back then, not the ones that we have since 2015. It's unfortunate how we have retrogressed as a country. There is one point she hit on, which is intellectual revolution. Based on that statement, I am back here to appeal to Nigerians. You heard General Oluchi speak on this space a few moments ago about Operation Rescue Nigeria, and the twin brother or twin sister of that movement is the boots on the ground movement. We are working together. We have been looking very closely. You would see that the last people who went out in Abuja had two flyers. One was the letter and the other was the other initiative from the boots on the ground. So we are working together, and our mission is to educate Nigerians, which is the intellectual revolution that Dr. Obi talked about. If you're on ground in Nigeria, quickly, I will simply say to you, you can download our materials, print them yourself, and start sharing around your neighborhood. If you are in Nigeria and you cannot do this, you can reach out to us. We will print and send materials to you. We call it evangelism. And if you are in the diaspora, please do not just sit back and say, "You know, concern me." Kindly reach out to us. You can fund something. You can fund 5 flyers, 5 letters, 10 letters, 15 letters, 20 letters. Please, and please, I'm begging you. It's an operation to rescue Nigeria. If you think Nigeria is not worth rescuing, look at Europe. You see the elections that happen. Nationalism is taking over the world. One day they might ask you, where are you originally from? Please to me, reach out to Dr. Madam Oluchi, Field Marshal, Chris, Oge God, Justice. You can reach out to anybody you want to reach out to in this team. Please reach out to us. Support our movement. A flyer is 35 naira. If you are printing 10, that will go a long way in waking up Nigerians already. Please reach out to us, and people across the country, we need helping hands to do this evangelism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raikkonen. I can just give you all the time to speak because this. In fact, this is the most important of it all.
Action plan, I swear.
That's it's not and I like you remember that line. What she said actually was, your intellectual revolution is the beginning of any other revolution. It enter my head. It did there. Then thank you very much. All right,
No
quickly, I'm
be
going to go straight to
show
Mr.
working.
Elvis. Exactly. Thank you very much. You too. Justice, I will put you on the spot now. Whether or I can a doctor don't hear from you. Or whether they come. Elvis, Mr. Elvis, sir, please go ahead. After which, quickly I'll come to Harry, then Ijele.
Thank you, thank you. And for some of us, we no go school, but Bali call it emancipate yourself from your mental slavery. In between the called. Saddam, this one is a very, very good one. Very, very good one. Last time I told you in one space, I say we need this kind of education, a true obedient political schools. All of us, we need to go to school once in a while and renew them. Madam Obi said the whole problem is a political culture, which is true, but I call it a Nigerian mindset. And then somebody said we begin call them political rascals, which I agree. But sometimes too, they call them embezzlers masquerading as political class. This space has always played a very important role. And there is one thing she said. She said we should keep a focus on the National Assembly. And if done very well, if we mobilize our energy, this space can act as an oversight power that will put the National Assembly on toes. Imagine we are every 1 month. All we do is to focus on just the National Assembly. We can start from our own lawmakers because everybody who is there on LP came there because of obedience and the effort all of us make. And if we start calling them out, each of them, because as a nation, you have to start from your own, start dragging them, and we go there from there. And then we shouldn't also leave what Dr. Namaka said. But for me, I look at it from LP. I think we should all marching into LP, take over LP, and reform LP and make it into our own while P2B is still there, except if he's going somewhere else, then we follow him. All of you remain blessed. And I want to thank the brother Cecil again for what he said, who reminded Madam. We are not politically gentlemen. We will not change. We'll be Vawulence people. We're going to call them out. Use any language you want, my brothers. You're young people. It's allowed. Thank you. God
Thank you
bless
very much,
you.
Mr. Elvis. Your Norwegian came out when you said Vawulence. I don't think Norwegian language has W in it. All right, thank you very much for that submission. I mean, I think you said something. Saddam had said that violence space, we are going to be doing more of opposition activities, and I think I came to what you said. Why majority of the opposition activities targeted at presidents? Maybe every now and then we can dedicate time to National Assembly. Actually, from an oppositional front, it's
honestly, because all those Labour Party senators, House of Reps, those bunch of
the one way they
rogues.
talk that the way mouth they shake.
They just a chill. They never
Nah,
give them any.
Mama give us upper cut with that one. See all of us just collect for
I
chest.
swear. They just a chill for that House of Reps. Nothing to show, nothing to write home about. And we just they look them.
Saddam,
Crazy, man.
if they send you prayers, 29 million a month hardship allowance. As you entered, Piagi, two 2024
my
Land
brother,
Cruiser, one from Akpatu,
and I be
one
conductor
from
before.
Bata.
And
They can't give you
I can't
30.
be boss conductor before.
You can't be Okada man where use LP for Anambra enter.
Hey!
They can't give you one constitution, may you they work. The first thing na 2 trillion. Get the papa when the whole of the movement.
There was something she said when she was talking about.
Nigerian politicians are criminals.
There's something she said when she was talking about that. The school, the sppg.org. She said that the truth is that the way we are in Nigeria, if the way let some of you will be lost in the system, you just don't. You go, you're lost. Not see that help woman that actually talk. Her voice they shake. I don't feel blame that woman because when you reach there, you see tigers, you see wolf, you see homo. Nobody will tell you say. Be careful what you say next. Be careful.
You go see person on the Senate since 1982. You don't be Senate.
My brother, make make you can't be like Dele Alake. 1 second like this, you just wake up, then buy you Richard Mille. Tinubu is walking, oh. Tinubu is walking. Hey, or Sanwo-Oluwe from drug case to spending fake dollars. You turn to Lagos State Governor, begin with Patek Philippe wristwatch. Hey God, Nigeria journey is long. God I beg. Oh.
Or they
Hey.
Anyway,
put you on one special cancer treatment.
quick,
It's our journey long.
quickly,
Our journey long.
let me go straight to Harry. After Harry, I'm going to come to
Sorry, Dr. Oyakina, please open your DM. People are reaching out to me. They want to contribute. So open your DM, please.
Dr. Akena. How you not go put your DM? This native doctor, open your DM. Anyway,
I'm gonna do boot on ground. Your DM no dey open. I want
Na
Please, please,
Chelsea fan,
please.
na
He could
Chelsea
have
fan, na
printed his
Chelsea fan.
medical degree with a third-party vendor. Please,
but
don't disturb doctor.
I not go blame. I not go blame native doctor. You know, say back then, now people they carry this go give native
Okay,
doctor.
they
Nowadays,
invoke. Please, you can invoke him.
people they ask native doctor, but you don't know say people they go native doctor now say, please sir, can you just give me one leg of the goat they brought to you last week, please sir, one leg, please sir, I've not eaten the goat of last week. So people they go back native doctor now, so gas close DM. Anyway, I'm going to go straight to Harry. After Harry, I'm going to come to Ijili.
Good morning, everybody. Just to happen on waiting 1 minute they talk. I dey get some info saying native doctor they sell meat for some area now. So people don't go they buy sacrifice. You understand? Some people they even gather money together to buy one sacrifice or cost share am. So the battle reads tough, But Nigerians, I don't want to talk say we do sell because misinformation and something me I don't see say they take so many of our past generations down. Now they even try. Not be even say we don't even start to the open eye, and now we they try to even open eyes. So I believe say the day we they call democracy day. I don't know what they mean with democracy because there's nothing like democracy in Nigeria. You cannot even name one thing that looks like democracy or that represents democracy in Nigeria. So make I not talk too much, make everybody contribute, make everybody hang on to the group where they hang on to. And or I be like say your recruitment process, you get the way it take day because now true proxy, I mean even take day the books on ground save at this point. I beg you go try open that recruitment process well. Thank you very much, guys. Have a
I
great
never
evening.
clear you finish. I never clear you finish. No vex. I don't open my DM. I beg anybody want to reach out,
Have
me
you,
reach out.
have, you, have you brought your goat and your ram to the shrine? That is the
We dey
problem. These are the
we
I
say
don't
issues.
say
Wait,
I don't
Oyekena,
tire. I
never
be don't
clear
bring
am,
I
go
can't be
ahead.
like saying I fake one I bring. I don't
Omo
understand.
the gods now.
Girls don't stop to the drink snaps. So if you don't give them Casamigos now,
Now,
no blessing, no.
Sada,
Ah,
Sada, Percy carry body go give the two doctor that day. The two doctor carry this machine where they check fake money come outside. Oh boy, me say shock. Oh.
women, they price school fees. Now they talk to this day. They say, how much school fees? Say 50,000, please. How much last? Please. Now they talk about the price school fees. So anyway, quickly, I'm gonna go straight to Jilly. Then after Jilly, I'm come to Justice.
Okay. Saddam, well-meaning Nigerian, Sizu, Jimmy, Bolale, Obi. I miss everybody
Wait,
on this.
never miss us. Make I begin
You
start.
man, I
Wait. Make I start from you. You don't say you are part of the problem that are talking about this country. Never they laugh. You see now. You people, you these politicians, you people are all rascals. Just say my dear, they worry me. Sadan, give me back. Make I call scatter everywhere. I don't give you mic. I say I go scatter you first. Before you go scatter here. Don't they laugh? Oh. I know they follow they laugh.
Any scatter, you want scatter everywhere. Scatter in 1 minute now.
You just enter politics. You just forget this space, this violent space, the space that gave the
Saddam,
best
prayers now your
This,
mates.
this
Prayers now
is
your mates.
oh,
this is
politicians.
my house.
Politicians.
This is my beginning. This is
Ah,
this is the place that launched me to the world. I saw that you are somebody that you
ID
believed in
Jimmy,
me
what are you
from
running?
when
Voila.
I want to appreciate you special for that. And but then you see, you guys also need to take your own share of the blame. I'm
I'm going to give it to you. Because why I'm going to give you this is because from the beginning of this journey,
Politicians can never
PDP,
take
APC,
blames without
everywhere,
giving
even
you
in the
blame.
SDP, you see,
Never.
but
You go
the
tell before
opinion by
Nigeria come out
Never.
so
trenches.
God, I beg.
You know,
Oh.
say I
He
don't know
go
how
tell
they Saddam, now you
before
bring matter come
Nigeria
out. You see the way
come
they
out
pass the blame to you
trenches. He
back,
go tell.
My
like
brother, give me
Kevin De
back the
Bruyne.
blame. Oh. He cannot give me, he give me,
Before Nigeria come out trenches, he go say. Before Nigeria come out trenches, he go say. Before
Allow
Nigeria
us
come
enjoy Long
out.
Island to finish before you leave this one, I beg. You see,
I
they enjoy
told
long time
you,
ago. Please.
Sizu were meaning you people should told you that look, I'll be doing okay, 100%.
wait, you become politician. And begin chill with the big boys. Then me, where they trenches. I'll come to check you. Yeah?
He
I'll
go
come to check on
say.
you.
Before
How
Nigeria come out
from the
trenches,
trenches,
he go
I go
say.
call you say,
Before
Chief,
Nigeria
how far now? How
trenches, he
I
go
beg.
say.
You
Before
get it.
Nigeria come out
Yes, is X.
trenches, he go
Oh, where is
say.
this? I'm not fucking shut up with this. I beg.
He go say. He go
Don't
say.
worry my ear. Is this a new national item?
I don't understand. You see, let me tell you, we have a big problem. And you see, in all that have been going on, sorry, I've been trying, I have decided the reason why I've not been seeing me on space because Kogi politics is more of the Facebook. So I've been doing a lot on Facebook than the Twitter, but we are coming to the Twitter now to blow many things because you see, we are talking about a new Nigeria. I want to change this Nigeria. People from Edo, let me give you an info. Follow us the Kogi election. If by any means these people stand what the nonsense they are doing, please, each local government should produce 3 billion vote each. Overvoting is allowed. That is what they are telling us. Because you see, if you look at our tribunal, we won the election in Kogi State, no doubt. And that is the choice
Isaiah, you
of
don't
the
carry us
people.
go Kogi State election.
We won the
30
He
election.
go
seconds.
say. Before
Isaiah,
But
you don't
you
carry
see,
us.
Nigeria come out
Bello, you see
trenches.
the kind evil Bello was doing in Kogi State. The
Yeah.
only guy that stood up and we all team up behind him is the guy in the SDP. I can tell
Yeah. Yeah.
you, follow people because I see your vision. That's why I say I'm Oby.
Yeah, man. You know me, I've got a low threshold for bollocks. You get me, mate? Sorry, Saddam, to overstep you, man, but I can't do it. So you can have that chat with
Sisu,
him.
I better reduce
You
that
can
to
have
our
that
language.
chat with him on a private,
Sisu,
yeah.
Sisu,
You can have
please.
that. You can have
I
that
don't
chat,
understand.
man.
Is
Sisu,
But
that
man's
please.
is not. Man's
Sis,
is not gonna waste me data, me costly data, yeah,
Sis,
to
I
is
listen
that
to
beg
Obi
now.
bollocks,
journalist or
I
especially
beg.
after Oby Ezekwesili. You get me, mate? So I'm sorry, but I had to take
this
him
must be
off. You
Momi
get.
Bola song?
Sis, I beg, I
This
beg.
Six, yo.
I beg.
Don't kill me.
oh my, your British accent no be here. Anyway,
Una see the way this guy take switch now.
Well,
yeah.
meaning, you know the funny thing about this, waiting just happened now. Someone made a tweet not too long ago. The person writes, say, the rapture has no second bite. Don't miss the first one. Waiting just happened now.
You know, so
All
if you did
the
if If you dey aeroplane, you misbehave for first class, then carry you go economy. It go shock you small.
Oh,
It
straight
go
up.
shock you small.
Tweet now about some guy being arrested because they want to protest for of those words. We were just coming up with these things. Now you're living in that reality. Now, jungle don't dey mature now. And this is just the beginning. Back to you, 1 minute.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Ijele, I brought you back up, not because I want to give you mic again, but just to let you know that your submission have actually ended. I was going to already.
I'm sorry, well meaning. Please
Yeah,
let's not forget that this was a pseudo presidential media chat with Oby Ezekwesili. What we are doing, or what we should be doing post that chat, is rounding up, discussing intelligently everything that was spoken about for the last 5 hours.
yeah,
We were not discussing Kogi, we were not discussing Edo, we were not discussing Ijele, we were not discussing the flaws of the violence space, because even us in humility are not perfect.
yeah,
So please, we have a jumbotron. If
yeah,
Ijela is not going to stick to what is on that jumbotron and give this whole session the energy and the respect it deserves, we might as well close this space. We are more than an hour gone. There's
yeah,
currently a thunderstorm in Lagos. So for anybody in Nigeria to be on this space right now, it's a privilege and an honor. Please, let's not model that by thinking we're on a regular violence space. We
yeah,
discuss the state of the nation with the former World Bank president. I believe that that respect should be accorded in our entirety of our discussions. I have no problem with you bringing Ijele back, but I also have the button to send him back again. He
yeah,
has
yeah.
1 minute on the clock and he should respect that. Thank you
No,
very
it's
much.
not. It doesn't have 1 minute again. I just brought it back up because
You
he
see, you see, you
he has
see. Wait a
rounded up his
minute.
submission. Ijele,
That
not the
you
essay, you
can,
round
if
up
you,
his
you
submission.
know,
Anyway,
Hello, Ijele. Please, I need you to understand that this place is an echo chamber. It's not an open field. We have always made it clear it is our echo chamber to do as we speak. There is no democracy here on the violence space. We have rules. And first flaw is that you openly saying you're not obedient gives you no right to put any speech forward here. First, I need to remind you of that.
I didn't say that. I said I am
no, he didn't say it's not
obedient.
obedient.
I'm
Yeah,
not in Labour Party.
My
Get
brother,
that
you are
point.
not obedient and you're not in Labour Party already. I'm
I
sorry,
am
sir.
an obedient, but I am
Yes,
not.
yes. That gives you the authority for business class and economy. I
No,
promise you. It is an
all
echo
right, okay.
chamber for obedience
no,
All right,
you
cool.
with
Let
see,
me let me
with
let
Na
me
a
bring
equity,
this.
focus
fairness,
on the
and
Labour
justice
Party.
people. Na equity,
Please.
fairness, and justice people be all this one.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Wait, what happened? Be like say person wan drop
Before you know
you,
it,
they
now
will
you
drop
people will
you.
bring obedience that are not Labour Party and they will speak on behalf of Asuego.
Ijele
That
na
is it.
cruise. What I enjoyed most about Ijele before election was the day Ijele DJ'd for Big Mac's birthday. Oh, more that, in fact, Ijele, like, see, I
Ijele is
tell
a
you,
cruise we can enjoy any other day. We will enjoy
no,
him on Thursday.
Ijele,
Just not a
you
cruise
supposed to
for
do, you
a
supposed to do
post
space DJ.
media discussion on Oby Ezekwesili. I hope you understand. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Anyway, quickly, let's go straight to justice. Justice, please go ahead.
okay. Let me round it up. What I wanted to say.
Ijele, the truth is that if not the ISIS was, I was almost going to cut the submission. Okay, just round up what you were going to say. Go ahead.
Okay, in everything that we're discussing before now, I wanted to round it up to say that the new Nigeria, the vision, the transformation we are talking about can never and never be effected without our electoral process. That is not, is there is nothing we can do about it. And I wanted to say this, that look, if we keep ranting and we are, let's forget it. I'm telling you the reality. At least I started from somewhere, then to where I am today. I am knowing what it is very key that
Yeah,
we can never, the part of the intellectual fight that we should put up is now the reformation of INEC.
yeah.
Beavers came in as the only means that the youth, we all came to be obedient and to follow
All
Obi,
right, all
Obi
right, all
then
right,
because of
Ijele,
Beavers.
Ijele. I mean,
Yes.
we can have this kind of conversation more and more other times. Today's is not like this particular
Okay,
time is
okay.
just for
So
submission. So
I hear the mic.
yeah, thank you very much. I mean, it's good. It's good to actually have you back around. That's why I'm glad you're up today. All right, quickly, Justice. Then
Yeah, thank you very much, One Minute Nigeria. And kudos to the Violence Space team, Emia Saddam, Osas, 1 Minute Nigerian, Sizzle. Point happy with the submissions of Dr. Oby Ezekwesili. I liked your question because rather than just paint things in a way that made it look like we were scared of her submission or her wealth of experience, you brought it down. And then she even exposed a little more into why active participation, active citizenship is very necessary and key. I liked that. I like that honestly, because I think going forward, what we lack right now is actually looking up to most of these our leaders, especially when you were talking about why they are not engaging APC. APC demonized these people. APC made somebody like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala started writing about corruption is dangerous. So there's a book like that she wrote about fighting corruption is dangerous. In Nigeria, and yet, cleverly she didn't answer that question, because ordinarily I expected that those crop of brilliant ministers in that last administration of Jonathan should be the ones at the forefront
God
of
bless you.
shouting and saying, yes, and saying these were the things we were telling Nigerians not to vote for. I knew Buhari was a disaster. Just reading a little bit of history of 83, 84, 85, I knew Buhari was going to be a disaster. I knew the criminal drug baron and certificate forging bandit, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I know his handles are here listening, that this one was never going to be an option, even before he bought APC tickets. We know. And let us also remember that Professor Yemi Oshibajo told us on the podium of the APC presidential primaries that you cannot vote for somebody who you do not believe in. He was basically talking about his boss. He was talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the certificate forging bandit of Chicago State University. And here we are. Nigeria is in a precipice. Nigeria is gone. Foreign and local companies are shutting down and leaving the country. There is no other way than the ways of Peter Obi. This
yeah.
is the only candidate in Nigeria's political class. Hold on 1 minute, Nigerian, because I'm actually getting angry. This is the
So
only
just get
candidate
angry in 15
in the
seconds. Actually,
Nigeria's political class. This is the only candidate on Nigerian soil right now that the foreign bodies, the West, cannot manipulate.
all
Please,
right.
let us continue to hold this narrative. Let us continue to champion this position. And I say again, if Nigerians do not file out now and defend their votes with INEC, what we are going to have in Edo State will be a watershed moment. I hope it does not happen. Edolites must file out and defend their votes with their lives. That is the only way we can rescue Nigeria. Until
All
then,
right.
let the military continue to shame themselves. Every day they are losing officers to bandits in the north. They will not do anything about it. But once the same criminal APC harms one or two military officers in the southeast, they want to rain bullets on southeast.
All right.
Military must rise and defend themselves. It's
All right.
unfortunate this is happening. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Justin. I know there's a lot to be said, but our time is way
I
far.
dey always like those. The AJ say the criminal drug
Drug
baron
baron,
bandit Chicago
bandit,
University.
bandit
Bro,
certificate,
bro, 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 bro,
certificate
bro,
forging
you unfollowed
bandit.
me. Oh. Follow me back, Sizzle. Follow me back, Sizzle. Follow me back.
Immediately. Say no more. Immediately.
Anyway, all right. Thank you very much, Justice. Thank you. Quickly, TK. It's good that we are ending with a lady's voice.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for the people that actually made this possible. It was an honor having Dr. Oby Ezekwesili here today. It was
it was mind blowing for me. This is my very first time, I mean, listening to her without, being distracted. I actually learned a lot. And one thing I have a request. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Is there a way for us to have um Dirty Baba Ahmed one more time again? If it is possible, that would be awesome. And also I don't know when our enough is going to be enough as Nigerians. I quite agree with Caesar. With the way things are going now, I think the best for us is a revolution. People are now substituting cucumber for tomato. Very soon, there's going to be, I mean, it's never going to get better. That's one thing. My mom, who voted for APC, already told me. She called me this morning and said, you know what? It's never going to get better. It's going to get worse. Yesterday, I was opportuned to speak to one of the people in the top management, I mean, in government in Nigeria, who called someone and he was put on speaker. I recorded part of it. It's never going to get better. That's just the truth. Thank you. I yield my mic.
TK, hey, you just came with it.
Nah, if na you see, my sister understand you. But if na so Abia people be, if na so Abia people been they believe PDP for still dey in power. Alex Otti in 1 year has made me understand it can get better, my darling. Nigeria will
Absolutely,
Nigeria
absolutely.
will be great in our lifetime in less than 1 year. No worry yourself. Let's just get this leadership thing right. You go see him, go be like Juju. No worry yourself. No worry yourself. Leave these devil worshippers. Stop listening to them. Stop exposing yourself to them. They are devil worshippers. They went and stole a mandate that they cannot fix. They worked a country they don't know how to fix. They are opposition people. They don't know how to run a country. They are devil worshippers. Please don't stop listening to them. Go be like say Nigeria no get hope. Now so they won't kill them for Abia. Go to Kepu Kepu News. Go and see where Alex Otti is building road. Go and see before and after pictures. Go and see it. What did you think was possible in Abia? My sister, don't worry yourself. Don't worry yourself. Don't listen to these devil worshippers, please.
All right.
Cecil, this thing you said is a very good thing. We have to keep the optimism up and blow our trumpet that we have
Nigeria
a
will be
window.
great
I
in our
beg. So we keep it
lifetime.
up. God
Yeah.
bless you for
God
that.
forbid that we'll be 61 years old, hosting violent space, discussing
Who are
APC.
who are follow that?
Hey,
Who are follow that? Only
who and
violent space of
who?
61.
Who and you and who?
You go chop,
Nigeria.
you go chop it and cola. They come to talk for space.
We go come and talk, say, do you remember that that's how they stole Peter Obi's mandate? The same way they stole Abiola's mandate. We go come that time now, this
That's
Ganduje
true.
pikin. We
we
go
should
come there
have.
under Shea Tinubu
Ensis,
president with this
Ensis, Ensis,
Ganduje.
Your
I beg,
voice,
stop am. Only you
your
don't
voice,
Hey!
raise hope,
don't
con
be.
the key hope.
Hey!
How
Hey!
you
Make
go
we
bring
fight
gloom, come
now!
bring
Oh.
doom.
What do you have to say to this? What?
Wide. By
How
that time,
your
the Naira go down there.
your daughter go don't
Sada,
born like 4 children.
Yeah, you
We
the
dey
go.
say
Naira go down there.
Cucumber. Instead, they'll be using garden egg to cook stew.
But
I
Can
believe
but
in
mommy
Nigeria.
P.
but
I
30 years
swear.
time.
So Wole
Now true.
Soyinka dey
So
amongst
Wale
us now. We
Soyinka they
get
amongst us
PhD.
right now.
Wallace to
But
the cast of
Baba, you don't
appeal
don't
this time.
understand,
worry,
eh?
you go have a free pass when you
We go,
did
Harry,
70.
Harry, Harry,
Let's face
Harry, Harry. We go there
Boss,
the
I dey hear
same
you.
IDP camp.
Beg.
No.
See,
Can't
see,
just leave
see,
it to
see.
us. I
Saddam,
don't
I
vote
beg,
to
I
what
beg, 1 second. I
the
beg,
thing
one
is,
second,
on a
Saddam.
more serious
See,
note,
N6.
we have
We say as joke. Sometimes it's the
No, if
current
you, I say if you want bust your head, they go YouTube, go party, party, net. There, everybody there your house. Now, so it start to. They don't do the third picking now. They don't do the third picking for North Korea. They play. More than they play. That time we go to talk say, do you remember when Harry used to drag this Agbado people? That hey,
You go first start with, do you know what I have done for Nigeria? Go back and check. I
they
was
play.
I
He
I
beg,
go
was part
there.
of obedience movement then.
I beg,
Because they quote us as they quote Nadeko now.
The worst part be say Africa go don't learn. By that time, maybe Tanzania go don't adopt Peter Obi as their president. You go come there as record say get one African country say as Nigeria no one use this man. The whole country agree say okay make another foreigner rule there. You go just say Peter Obi win presidency for Togo. You go they play for here. The whole Africa go just blow.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Nigeria go just be like one. If they fly over Africa, everywhere go get light. They just say yes, that's Nigeria. That's that zoo country. We were warning them that time. They didn't hear. They
You
were
know,
voting drug barons
see,
and
you
illiterates.
know the problem I
They
get with
play.
with people, they think all these things when they talk now, because countries like Iran, like Iraq, like Afghanistan, they were doing well before. Now one
I
day,
say that
from one
now so
of
it
day,
start
course.
for
Yeah,
Gaza now.
everybody
One
begin
way
cover head.
Hamas enter. Now
yeah,
so it be.
yeah. That's
No
true.
be so it
That's
start
true.
for Gaza. Hamas enter, go fight their neighbor. Neighbor missile everywhere. Problem start. No be so APC enter, won't go fight Niger. Niger for missile everywhere. Now no be so it for start. I
Yeah.
tell you, say we just hosted a lady that was fighting for Nigeria in her 30s, and she's on a space at 61. And I just had an epiphany. Say, God forbid, say me I go see this space at 61, discussing Nigeria. Hey, blood of Jesus, say God, I beg you. May we fight now,
That
oh, may we
va-
fight now.
violence
That time
space,
you go get
violence space
arthritis. You
and
want to go.
souls.
Hey, go. How you want protest when you don't rob Robert Tosin for back? You want to begin match that? Hey God, with hip problem.
I beg.
God no go gree. May we fight now, oh. Why
Don't
God no go gree? May we fight now, oh. Why
don't
there's still
you
energy?
don't do you don't do. Anyway, thank you. Thanks to, I mean, honestly, serious note. I know what TK was actually saying was that with APC in power, it's not going to
The
like
one
get
we
as
just started right now, say men go get arthritis that time.
I mean today
Hey, God, they go shame us. Oh.
this
Saddam, you know what they pay me pass for this
My
matter?
brother, tell me a beg.
By then, Arsenal no go still win any
Yeah, it's
league or
cool.
I
Get out
Champions
from
beg
League.
this
go
place.
poor.
Get out. Get out from this place. Get out. Drop
today's place have been quite it has been insightful. I mean, to be has been insightful. To be
Come on,
MCs don't
trenches.
finish
Hey,
for this
God,
one.
beg.
Next time.
Can I
If I'm
offer
Please,
an
not
no,
answer?
give us.
NC,
Now,
I
well
beg, stop,
meaning
stop
Chelsea
that song.
co-host, Chelsea
NC,
co-host.
stop that song. That song is now imprinting in my head. Stop that song, I beg.
I beg,
I
please,
beg.
please. There's
Stop. That song is beginning to imprint in my head. Now you go take.
you know, go there. I beg, you know,
You know
go
they
there,
turn
please.
to anthem. I beg, stop it. I beg.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
30
Don't say
Okay.
seconds.
anything.
Mommy,
Don't.
wait. Let me wait. Let me
Mute am.
wait.
I know what you want talk.
Wait,
Mute
no, no,
am,
wait, wait,
mute
wait.
am, drop am, block am,
There
mute
is
am.
one
Settle, shey
soft.
your hand don't dey for
There is,
that
wait
button. You don't
now.
dey
Yeah,
there.
it
Oh
is.
yeah,
Yes,
so,
yes.
There is one soft
uh-huh.
spoken Arsenal beautiful girl that is in love with me.
Wait. It's
Should
see.
I mention
You
her
want to
name?
do
Should I
sacrifice?
mention her name? Should I mention her name?
You want to do sacrifice for your children? Run, no,
Saddam, I don't know why
run,
you dey
no.
Saddam, I don't know why you dey allow this. I don't know why you dey allow this. You
Now,
know.
you know best. Now,
No.
say I'm surrounded by
Who,
enemies.
who
All.
I can't remember this man, this Minister of Interior, Ojo. You realize, say, as he enter, in hand clean. They just give him small time, and then land the FCC case for him head to initiate him.
as he, I'm sure they'll be like, are you serious? You've not officially gotten your
But
EFCC case.
but
Don't
when
worry.
he enter,
We'll
but
work
when
it
he
out
enter,
for
now
you.
because CFCC never now suppose they pluck trees.
Non-conformist. 1 minute.
But God, please. I beg, I don't want any flowers. So. I want that things around where we don't get arthritis for back. Lower lumbar. Go and confirm that and tell her. You go dey drink clove.
See,
When he say
Saddam, do better
disappear now.
jazz, you go
You
sacrifice
resemble the
native
person
doctor
when do
now.
one for 1970 something. You resemble him.
Come back
Yeah,
on.
thanks to everybody for coming. Today's space have been quite insightful and funny. And it's easy. So apologies. We'll be here again on Thursday. Yeah, be here again on Thursday. So thanks to everybody. Please go and
One
listen to
minute.
this
I
space
beg,
again.
I feel beg you for one thing before you close shop. I beg. It
Which
be
is
like
that?
I beg, if you put that passport matter for show glass on Thursday, I beg. Because You get some people will be say after they don't run come off in Nigeria, they don't secure second
No,
passport.
don't worry now. Now that one will go talk. Thursday go sweet.
Okay,
Don't
I
worry.
just
Thursday
make I
go sweet.
beg
You go
you, I
choke.
beg.
With
All right.
even with Oyekena number one client.
Because there be like people will be say after they don't reach finish, they tell you say money is not everything.
You know Dr. Oyekena number one client. That one we carry native doctor go
Saddam, over
court of
to you.
appeal.
We don't want this space. Over to you. Go
that's
ahead.
that
I'm
that
so sorry. I'm so sorry, MS Saddam. I actually requested for something. I don't know if you heard me. I said if we can have Dati Baba Ahmed one more time, please, if it's possible. Thank
uh,
you.
okay, no problem, man. No problem. We'll see. Honestly speaking, we'll see what can be done about that. Is there are works in the pipeline for that. Just that we don't want like saying it until it happens, but hopefully he bolds and comes out to speak. But let's keep our fingers crossed on that. Thank you very much. But on Thursday we'll be back to the parliament where we'll be talking about people like the client of Dr. Ekena, the native doctor, the only one that deemed it fit to go to the Nigerian court with voodoo, expecting that the judges will see the voodoo and declare him innocent. And we'll be discussing them and more on Thursday. And guys, thank you very much for coming out today. It's been an amazing space. Just mix. That's just the violence space. The fun part, the intellectual part, the educative part, the everything all mixed in it today has just been a full dose space. Thank you, guys. Those that could not speak today, I beg, no vex. I just said all my DMs when they don't they drag me. I don't drag me tired for this movement. I know Allah. Please, no vex. On Thursday, I see people's faces. I'll try and make exceptions for you guys on Thursday. We have gone at least 2 hours above our times. And when we that was coming, was speaking on this platform, we are at a time zone far than you guys in Nigeria. I'm meant to be sleeping now. My neighbor speakers call police safe. Say one madman they shout. They don't really write for me note before.
If you have a business and you need a website, please reach out to me and then we can take it up from there. Thank you.
Bam, that is the obedient spirit. God bless you, my brother, and God bless whoever that person is. Please, guys, we'll be back on Thursday, God's willing, on this platform, same time, 8 p.m. Nigerian time, to deliberate. Hopefully, on many of these issues that we could not talk about today because we had somebody very important. If you missed the start of this space, well, it's a recorded space. You can also catch it up on YouTube and on our Facebook channel and also on the Violence radio station. We stream it 24/7. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We are always streaming the radio for our old spaces and conversations that have to do with nation building. Guys, I'm at the end of this whole banter. I'll just wrap it up with some serious thoughts that we can all go back home and sleep with. We might be laughing over these things, but these are reality. These are realities that can happen. We have learned with Nigeria that there is nothing impossible. Nothing impossible, even if it means going to the lowest low. We can sink lower. We can go lower than we are right now. It is not impossible with these criminals in power. And the bad thing about criminals in power is that they don't know when to stop. And they will never stop until the people come out and say it is enough. And we have to understand this and take it up as our civic duties as Nigerians to say, okay, enough is enough, and put a stop to this carnage that's going on upon our country right about now. I don't want to come back here. I don't want to be hosting violence space 2 years from now. I don't want to be hosting the violence space 1 month from now. I wish we can just say Nigeria have taken my account. Let me go back to my life and chill also. Probably we turn violence space to cruise space. We just come the chew. They catch fun as friends. You understand? But honestly speaking, we have to fix this country. It is not fun for many of us. We might be in diaspora, we might be earning well, we might be living a better life. But the truth of the matter as we speak right now, that I said in a tweet a few days ago, I said there is a rise of Ronuism globally. The far rights are rising up. Nationalists in every country are standing up to take a position and say the immigration in their countries is taking a huge effect on them. You could see it from the European elections that just happened over the weekend. Voices are standing up. A time will come that we in the diaspora, no matter if you might have given your children the green passport, the blue passport, the red passport, whatever passport it is, the original owners of those countries wake up and say, you are not one of us. And when we look back home, where do we look back to? We have to fall back home. With all our wealth, with all our education, our levels and everything, there is nothing for us to go back to. We are going to go back to a destroyed system. So for me, it is important we fix home so that even while we're in diaspora and home is fixed, anytime this craze won't start, we can go back to a system that works. Please, guys, it's very, very important to take this fixing of this country as important as possible. Thank you, guys. We'll be back again, as I said earlier on Thursday. God bless you, my amazing co-host, my brothers up here, well-meaning L6 Jimmy. Thank you, Mommy Bradley. Harris, it's been
Osas.
Demi Digbe. Thank you very much. So, we did, my brother. Native Doctor Oekena, for all your consultations, for all your prediction of the future,
Boots on the
fake
ground.
predictions, please contact Native Dr. Ekena with 2 kola nuts. Thank you very much, my brother. We know we get our own talk for behind the scenes, God bless you, Chief Elvis. Thank you very much. All the way from Shanghai. God bless you, my brother Justin. I know, say you want flowers. You deserve all the flowers. You go to collect them. You in particular, you
No,
deserve
I
all
say
the
make una
flowers.
give una safe, you know,
No,
make
no,
una
no,
give
no,
una
no,
safe. Because if you
I
send
know,
me flower
I
and
know.
I flog, I go seize and flog person.
I
Na
don't
flat.
want the flower. I don't tell you, see my back. My back as there is now. I don't dey go gym. I don't dey go gym. I know what you say. All right, my brother. Thank you so much for what you do. Please do not stop. Do not deter. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Know that a whole movement is behind you and what you're doing. Many of us cannot do what you're doing, but we are seeing you and we appreciate what you do. Now support everywhere. Or in fact, on Thursday Violence Space, a possibility. Only me and they sleepless nights. People don't understand when they call Madam Oby Madam Due Process. I firsthand understood it with this space. There is everything has to be on point. We cannot wait to have your voice back up on spaces. Thank you to the Violence Space team, cast and crew, making sure that this space is being streamed across different platforms. My runaway. No. Now our case is that they come out, come talk in our own mind. But thank you for coming up, my brother. Thank you, Omega XD. I see you, Balactic. Sweet Angel of the Real Ever Best Fame. God bless you. Thank you so much, Honorable Ada. Day, Naira Exchange, Kenya. Person Mama Wakili, thank you so much. Anza P, Mr. Tony, Otumba DK, Fetch Estate Thames, Prince, my brother, thank you. Long. Thank you, Dr. Owen. Dr. Owen, thank you so much. Let me keep that one away. Larry Akin, thank you so much. If us Wake Up Nigeria, Chine Merem, thank you so much. much, Julius, Duke, August, Sir Chrysanthemum, thank you so much. Guys, I can't call all your names, man, but God bless every single one of you that have stayed out with us this night. It's been a wonderful platform with you guys. Pelonium, Prince, thank you, Sikul. I can't name all you guys, but man, thank you guys. If you didn't hear your name, I beg, no vex. So it's just that I can't call over 1,000 of you guys that come up on the space today. God bless you.